Hello. YouTube tells me I'm live. Not that I ever trust it. But, assuming you can hear me, good evening to you all. Hello, Tony. Tony was in first. Jonathan. What happened? But never mind. Jonathan was second. Who else have we got? We've got Deborah. We have the first Deb. And then we have Debbie S. Excellent. Hello, Sarah. Hello. R Stoops 1. Good evening to you. Hello, Pete. Hello, Graham. 2 weeks running. Naughty step for Graham. But good that you're with us anyway, even if it's only at the beginning. Hello, Kim. And hopefully see you next week, Graham. Absolutely. Hello, Paul. And hello, Carol. And congratulations. Fingers crossed. Can't wait. How exciting. How very exciting. Pete's assured the first 18 years are the worst. Oh, I don't know. Pete. I was a terror as I got older than that. Good evening, Peter. And who else have we got? Don't miss anybody. I think I've got everybody. Hello. Oh, no. Debbie's microwaves died while cooking lunch. Now, you see, microwaves, I'm all right with the back of them. It's going into the front and actually trying to cook with them. I'm the same with washing machines. Do you remember Mum with that? Only time she ever called me to do anything with the washing machine was when it broke down. If it was anything to do with washing clothes in it, no, she left it alone. I have to figure out how to finish cooking the old-fashioned way. Can I highly recommend a sandwich and be done? Obviously, with me, that would be gluten-free bread, but there you go. Right, okay then, let's make sure that you can see everything that you're supposed to be seeing and nothing that you're not supposed to be seeing. So, I'm going to do some magic at this end, and then I'm going to pass over, and if everything is all right, then we can get on. If everything's all right. There you go. I saw the little dip. It's ever so subtle, but that tells me that you're looking at my presentation and not a poster. So hopefully we can get going with it. So let's get on. What have we been up to this week? Well, before that, what are we going to be up to this week? Right, lots to the point. Had to make the text smaller. But all good. So we have the week at MacBites headquarters. You wouldn't think January, global pandemic, national lockdown, much would be happening, but there's always a lot happening here. This week, no exception. Then we've got something new, Evernote Home. Let me know in the chat if you use Evernote, or have you ever used Evernote? Mike used to, but it's kind of a graveyard for old information now, isn't it, Mike?
Yeah.
Because you have to pay for it now. Anyway, let me know. Then we've got a little question from Jonathan last week. Oh, can of worms, Jonathan. It got so exciting after that. Not a simple business. But hopefully you'll have a shrewd idea when I give you all the secrets for managing your screenshots. Then we've got pop-out images, both in PowerPoint and Keynote. Then creating masks in Affinity Designer. That is not going to be what you think it is. Then we're going to have a little bit of a primer on SVG file formats, so we can make sense of the complex placeholders in PowerPoint. Then Mike is doing his fitness dashboard, and then we're back to Notion 2021. So that's the idea. Oh, Jonathan says he needs to decide on a note application. Apple Notes isn't cutting it. A lot of people, I've been really surprised, Jonathan, have said, oh, Apple Notes is fantastic. And I'm like, really? It seems a little bit basic to me, but if it's working for them. But Evernote are delivering on their promises, let's just say that. Not more software to learn. Well, no, I'm just going to give you an overview of something that's out there. I'll tell you whether I use it or not, or etc. down the line. So, first of all, hopefully we are broadcasting in 1080p. I say hopefully. If I could just persuade my software that we are, and to leave it be, don't keep twanging back to 720, I'd be in a better frame of mind with my software. Is it reporting well at your end?
It's broadcasting in HD, but it's set mine to 480 as a default, and I'm wondering why it looked a bit blurred.
This is what I say. That's the next one. Always check the cog in the lower right because it will gaslight you. YouTube, for their own ends, just think randomly, oh, I know, I'll play with Mike's mind. Obviously, it saves them bandwidth, but you miss out on all the glory of what we're doing. So you definitely need to not miss out on all the glory of it. Let me know this week, because we're basically beta testing this in January, after a request from young Jonathan. And what I've done today is something slightly different. It's a different codec. It's still 1080p, but it's a different codec. So let me know how you get on with it. Good, bad, indifferent, let me know. The good news my end is it's halved the system CPU, which is pretty amazing. And it's still 1080p. So do you remember in years gone by with my old machine? So I think the first show we did with this was just before Christmas.
Probably.
We probably had it about a week, didn't we, before we actually used it. So about the 10th-ish of December. And when that was running at 720, the fans were basically at Concorde level, and the system CPU usage was 98%. Speaking to you now, it's 7%. Bit of a difference there. Anyway, while you're setting your cog settings, if you find anything useful in the show, do give us a thumbs up. YouTube really like it, and so do we. So thank you in advance. So what have we been up to this week? Well, as ever, you know we spend every Saturday making music. And this week we had 8 shows. In fact, on Saturday I had a rush job. I had to create a 2-hour special on Robbie Williams. If you were with us in Brooklands, you will know why, especially if you were with us in the WhatsApp chat, you will know why we needed an urgent Robbie Williams special. It was all to do with Robbie and his mum, wasn't it?
It was.
And one of our listeners. So, rush job for an extra show. Then we went into Marooned at MacBites headquarters. And then, as ever, 8 o'clock on a Saturday comes. And I don't understand these people that say, like, relaxing on a Saturday night. No, 8 o'clock is when it all starts here. First thing first, obviously, the most important thing that happened at 8 o'clock for Mike was it was a special match. It was the 3rd round of the FA Cup. This is probably the biggest domestic cup in the UK. He wasn't pleased with the performance, but they did get through, which no one was expecting, Mike.
I was.
Were you? The match seemed fairly even on that, fairly even-ish. Well, in terms of shots on target. Or were they just shots? No, they're just shots. What constitutes a shot as opposed to a shot on target? Don't know. Rosette?
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a lot of that going on. Anyway, 8 o'clock was also when we started Brooklands by request. We picked this theme and it was one of those, are we going to get enough songs? It was Australia. Oh, it was fabulous. We had a heck of a night. We had our Australian contingent with us. So there must have been at least 8 or 9 from Oz listening. So we got lots of background to the songs as well. And it was fantastic. So while Mike's got one eye on the match and one ear on the radio, it was also time for Tesco, which means the lovely Lola was on the watch. She was at her post looking for Wendy. She was sadly deluded. Was it Arthur or Albert?
No, Arthur was last week.
Well, whoever it wasn't Wendy. So she was disgusted. Which took us on to Sunday. Quiet day, we thought. What could possibly go wrong? Never ask that here. Never ask that. Flood warnings. Yeah. After the snow, what could possibly impact us weather-wise, I thought. Imminent flooding. The plague of frogs, that's next week. Look at his little face. He's smiling at the mere thought. It'll happen, I'm telling you. So Monday came and I thought, you know what, need a challenge to start the week. Looked at the Mac, the new one. What's not there that I actually need? Windows. Well, how far wrong could that go? Nothing like starting the week with a challenge. Oh, yes. I'm glad you asked how bad it went. About as bad as you can get. Never underestimate the power of the tech gods to hit you square where it hurts. Yeah. No boot device. was the short version of that. I thought, just a minute. It's a virtual machine. It can hardly have dropped out, can it now? But like I say, nothing like starting your week with a DOS error. It's like 1992 called wanting its PC back. Fear not, I won in the end. There's my PC running on my Mac. It's actually running quite well, alarmingly. I had some fun with it as well, yeah. Actually installed things like Dropbox. Look, recently added Dropbox. And if it's synchronised in less than about 25 minutes, I'd be even happier. But there you go. Can't have everything, can you? Which took us on to Tuesday. Nervous times for Mike. Very nervous times. Back to the Premier League and a match. This time it was Burnley. Now, Burnley are not a particularly good team, are they? They're one of the lower teams. But it was very important that United won. As you can see, they did win. Why was it so important? Oh, look at that. That's the league. That's the entire league. And, just so you don't miss this, because it might never happen again. United, top of the league. So I had to capture the moment for posterity, didn't I, Mike? Well, as I say, it may never happen again, because this week's match is against Liverpool. And if you look there, Liverpool are second. So a real crunch match. We'll see how that goes. But on to Wednesday, when we had a lot of fun. Because normally this time of year, we get lots of stories from CES, the Consumer Electronics Show. But obviously this year, it's a virtual affair. But they have done quite nicely, and they're giving out awards and things. And, well, let's just say, it promised much. But then it always does. Like 2019's biggie, the tech-enabled plank. If you think I'm joking, I'm not. The smart plank, as it was known, is a piece of wood that was like an A-lady, an Echo device, but as a piece of wood. So I'm not joking. To the point, 2 years on, it's still taking pre-orders. But do note that this technical marvel of a piece of wood, tech-enabled piece of wood, actually won an innovation award. So, all of that explains a lot about CES in 2021. We had major giggles talking about this. Yes. Obviously, touchless tech is the big thing this year, particularly touchless toilets. Only they're not just toilets, they're M&S toilets, aren't they? They are wellness partners. I know, you're wondering, aren't you? Oh, yeah. It analyses, I'm not going to go into detail, I'm going to let you imagine that, but it analyses output, as it were, and makes recommendations on your smartphone. That's going to be a lovely notification to get, isn't it? In the middle of a meeting with your boss. You need to eat more fibre. Seriously. What freaked me out about it most was the fact it's plugged into the mains. It could be dual purpose. Not even joking. CES, hours of endless fun. Anyway, welcome to the iPulu with a tornado flush. Seriously, that's what it's called, a tornado flush. Will be in your feed tomorrow, so don't miss it. Come back here and use the QR code, or be there tomorrow. It will be with you tomorrow. It was a great show. It was fantastic. Oh, Thursday. So I thought to myself, at least the week's improved. We'd all had a giggle. And then I got a warning on my Echo device. Imminent flooding again. I thought, for crying out loud. We only just missed it last time. If you're wondering, let's do a thing on here. The orange is the flood alerts, and the red here is the flood warnings. And we are about here, sort of in the middle of it all. So if this one goes, we've got a problem. However, this one up here, round about there, if that goes, we've all got problems. In fact, the church should go first, wouldn't it? That's the River Mersey. And as you can see, it was bursting its banks. And it has to be about 10 foot over standard to burst its banks. And it was going to. So what we needed was some calming, something nice to make up for this. Oh, Tracy. Tracy's fabulous gift. So Tracy sent us a Christmas present with lots of toys in it, but particularly this, the name of which has completely escaped me at the moment. But when Tracy's in, Tracy will apprise us. But it was gorgeous. I said to you it was very much like a halva, not as sweet, because halva's very, very sickly. But it was beautiful. It is a Spanish delicacy, apparently, or a Catalonian delicacy.
It was yummy, Johnny.
It was absolutely gorgeous. And Jonathan, that wasn't the only thing. Oh, no. Something we kept from Christmas, because obviously everything goes into the COVID cave, and then half of it doesn't come out. But, Jonathan spoilt us and sent us a box of Hotel chocolates. Oh, my, were they nice.
They were yummy as well.
Yes. Complete with a menu, no less. Oh, look at these. So Mike indulged himself greatly over a period of several nights, because you assured me they were impossible to overindulge in.
Yeah.
But they were lovely, so thank you very much to both Jonathan and Tracy for getting those to us. Oh, wow. Very, very nice. Which led on to Friday, when we've got to Show Friday. Somehow, by some miracle, we are here, despite imminent flooding, imminent plagues of frogs, and anything else either. National lockdown. Oh, we've shut the travel corridors. Anybody know why that wasn't done 10 months ago? Asking for a friend. But let's move on. So, first thing tonight, Project Management Book Bundle from Wiley. Now, you may remember we've done this before. It's a thing called the Humble Bundle. And the idea is that the Humble Bundle people put together bundles of games and videos and books and raise a lot of money for charity. Wiley is one of their partners, and the last book bundle was the Learning Book Bundle, I do believe. So, this is what it is. It's all about project management, but various aspects of project management. So there's guides to project management, execution, coaches, stakeholders, you name it. If you want those 5 books, you just pay 74 pence. Which is criminal, isn't it? So there's various levels in this bundle. The next one is £5.92. You get everything that you would for 74 pence and all of these besides. Microsoft Project 2019 for Dummies might be a good one. That was the first book I wrote, not that one, but I did write a course manual for Microsoft Project 20, well, what would it have been then, version 3? It was a while ago. I literally had no time at all to learn the thing and write the book. I think it was 2 weeks. And on my first course, I got complimented by this guy who'd been a project manager for 25 years, and he said, you can tell you've been doing this a while. And I said, yeah, I have. When I saw Mike, he said, did you tell him? I said, no, there was no point telling me. I'd not looked at the software till 2 weeks ago, because that's my superpower, that I can look at software and write a book and train it in 2 weeks. But I wouldn't tell him that. They were building the 9X Arena at the time, which is now the, what do they call it now? The one that got bombed. The Manchester, is it Arena? Is it just the Arena now?
Can't remember.
They built it anyway.
Johnny says, are they Kindle books?
They are PDFs, EPUBs, and something called a PRC, I think. But yes, you can put them all on your Kindle. So even if you don't want some of them, when you look at the options that you've got, this one's £11.11, then that lot gets added to it as well. So I like to support it because I like the idea of it, the Humble Bundle. But also some of those things, probably the pure project management would be less of interest to me than like Software in 30 Days, which is agile project management, which is how we do things. You've got one there, Effective Project Management, which is traditional, agile, extreme and hybrid. These are all different project methodologies. But, if you only pick up one thing from the book. So I've already purchased mine. But £11.11 for all those books. I can't remember how many that actually is. Hang on, 5, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 books for £11.11. Can't get robbed. You'd probably pay more than that for just the 2 of them. It may be 1. depending on which book. But certainly 2 of them will probably cost you more than that. And Wiley are a very good company as well. So if you want that, it is humblebundle.com/books/project-management-buy-wiley-books, or use the QR code. You said no when I said, were you interested in some books on project management, weren't you? There are some other bundles, so I may investigate one of those next week, but that's the one that I bought this week. So I thought I'd mention it, because like I say, even if there's just one book that may be of interest to you, it's probably worth it. Okay, another new thing that was announced this week is called Evernote Home. Now, it's not a new application, it's something that they've added to Evernote. So if you remember, Evernote went through some...
MEN Arena.
The MEN Arena, is it? Ah, right. I thought it was just the Arena. I don't like these sponsorship deals where it changes from 9X to MEN and everything. The Arena. Do you know what they were actually planning while I was training them, which is quite prophetic looking back. I hope they did it right. They were putting the cladding on.
Oh.
And when you think about the Grenfell Tower, I hope it wasn't the garbage that they stuck on that. Anyway, let's have a look at Evernote. So Evernote went through a rough patch about 18 months ago, and they were kind of falling behind in terms of innovation. But some people, it kind of fragmented everybody's opinion. You were either pro Evernote or you were anti Evernote. I've used it for years, 2008. So when it first came out, I had an account within like days. I think Mike was the same. I still use it. I use it to capture too, because the capture is brilliant. But in terms of organisation, there's no way I could organise. I mean, we always said, didn't we, after hours came out of the fact that we moved to Notion.
Yeah. Johnny's bought them.
Wow, that was fast. Excellent, Jonathan. The thing with Notion is that you've got these intermediate dashboards where you can focus on stuff, and with Evernote, you don't. Well, they completely redesigned Evernote. That didn't necessarily go well. But it was done with the promise that they would add new features fast. So what they've done is they've rolled out something that's pretty much half-baked, to be honest with you. There's shortcuts missing, there's no audio recording, there's no audio playback. They've stripped it back to the absolute basics and rewritten it. So on the web, it looks identical to the one on your desktop if you choose to install it. And on the desktop, it's using Electron, which is a development platform that allows for rapid development. Obviously, the downside at the moment is that features like audio and video and shortcuts aren't working. But this is the first new feature they have rolled out for Evernote. So the idea is that they're building something like a home base for you. So that's what it looks like. That's not my account. I will explain this shortly. This is a demo account of theirs, I believe. Right. It basically all they've done, if we ignore everything in the main area and focus on the sidebar on the left, what they've done there is they have added one option, which is the home option at the top. So just under the big green button for a new note, you now have this home option. And it's a dashboard, isn't it? It's something that you could potentially build in Notion. Now you might think, but it's just there, isn't it? You can edit this thing. But basically it's built up of widgets that collectively give you an overview of your entire Evernote account. So even if you've got, what I would do is build an index note. I would build my own dashboard, but not as visual as this is, because you just can't do that in Evernote. So that's the idea of it. And the thing is, it's customizable. So it doesn't have to look like that. You can choose the photo, you can choose which of the widgets you use, and you can choose the layout of them. So that's one option. That's somebody else's interpretation of it. So another day you're using it like that. Or on that one, you're focusing on recently captured images. And that one recently used notebooks. You can choose suggested notebooks. You can have pinned notes, which is the one in the top right. You can access your tags. I mean, how effective that would be would depend on how many tags you were using.
Johnny wants to know if the free version of Evernote is still like 3.5 notes on one device.
I believe
it's not as good as that, actually, is it?
It's all your notes on 2 devices, isn't it?
2 devices, yes, as I found out.
But the difference was that was fine, because once they made it, you could use it in a browser, then use it in a browser. Then they started counting the browser. So unfortunately, if you were looking for something to replace Apple Notes, it's probably a paid for thing if you're intending to use it. Maybe this will make a difference to you in terms of usability. As I say, this is only the start. So maybe a year from now, it may be like, it's got enough features and I can actually use it. I'm not minded to use stuff as soon as they start putting limits on it, because I get freaked out that I swap from one iPad to another and it's not an easy transfer. It's like, oh darn it, now I've got to log out of that one and log into this one, and then it doesn't like it and it's too soon, and then you have to uninstall it, and it's a nightmare. So I do understand your issue on that. You've just spent your budget on the books. But Jonathan, you could put the books in Evernote. It's a nice little backup. Can you get me the price of the premium one? There used to be a Plus that's Graham's on. And that one was quite inexpensive by comparison. But they don't do that anymore. If you were on it, you're grandfathered.
Premium?
Yeah, premium.
£4.99 a month.
And what's that if you pay for a year? I thought it was about 48 rather than 60.
Can you pay for a year?
Oh, I thought you could.
This says per month.
I pay annually. I know I do, because I don't pay $4.99. It's a bit more expensive than that. I'll leave Mike to try and find the price on that for an annual one before I have to resort to looking at my email. Whether it's worth it to you or not really depends on how you actually use it, and I would suggest what else you use. So obviously Notion is completely free as long as you don't want to share it. So Mike and I actually have an enterprise account where we both have access to it. But you could have an account that now doesn't have a limit. So that's why one of the reasons people will be moving away from Evernote. But Evernote still has good features in terms of storage, what it can do. And, like I say, I've got 10.5, in fact, no, I've just gone over 11,000 notes. Which go back to 2008. And as we'll see with the next bit, Jonathan, where we're talking about the screenshots and how I find them, that longevity of data is important to me. The fact that I can go back and think, oh, I did that in 2008, where's the notes? And in my head, it will be, I was using Evernote at the time, there'll be an Evernote. And they're still there, I can still access them. I will probably take them out and put them into Notion to work with, but I have that reference. I also know what year I left Evernote for general use, and I moved to OneNote, and I was with OneNote for about 2 years. Loved OneNote, but now I've moved to Notion. But I still think there's scope for Evernote, not particularly OneNote. OneNote's there more as an archive. I wouldn't particularly just open OneNote and suddenly start deciding to take notes in it. Evernote, I had a bit of a renaissance with in the autumn. I was on this course, and Evernote was a big part of it. And I started reorganising it and thinking I could actually use that for very quick notes, because it captures brilliantly. As you can see there, we'll look at it slightly in a minute, but you've got recently captured, and you've got web clips, images, documents, audio, emails. It's so good at capture, people keep going back to it.
$70 a year, according to this review on this.
That doesn't make any sense, because at $4.99, it'd be £60. Wouldn't it?
Yeah, but that's $70.
I'm going to have to find my email and see how much I paid. But anyway. Right, the whole thing is driven by widgets. So if you think about Notion, it's going to be very similar in concept. They're giving you a set of tools for you to work out how you want to put them together like Lego bricks. So the first one is the Notes widget. And this can show you one of two things: recent notes or suggested notes. Now, the suggested notes is worked out with AI, and it will make suggestions on what you've been working on. Maybe this note would be useful for you. I would imagine recent notes would be far more useful, but that's what you can do with it, and it gives you that view of like a card view. The other thing, which is actually most usable in my mind, is the scratch pad. which has the yellow background, so it looks like a post-it note. You can put whatever you want on there and work with it without it actually being a note that you've got to remember to have open, like a scratch pad, a scratch window. You can, once you've worked through the day and you've maybe done that, delete it. What you're left with, like the flight details, you could then turn that into a note from there. So you can use it as a scratch pad all day, and then at the end of the day, what's left that's important that I keep it, you can then turn that into a note. You don't have to copy and paste it and create a new note. It's just a one click, now it's a note. That one is the recently captured, but this one is more than just the recent notes. This is captured. So it's web clips, it's images, it's documents, it's audio, it's anything that arrived there, like email, anything that arrived via some kind of capture mechanism. So again, handy to know if you're clip to do a particular job. It even includes PDFs and Office documents as well that you've added in the documents.
According to this,
are you still rattling with the price?
bill monthly $4.99 a month.
Yeah. Bill
yearly $3.75 a month, which then means that you've got to go and work that out yourself.
Think of this as little
£45.
But I thought it was less than 50.
But you only see that once you've actually logged into your Evernote account. So it doesn't give you the annual option.
So you took one for the team, didn't you, mate? I foresee an Evernote premium subscription in your future. I do. Right, let's have a look here. Carol's saying $7.99 a month premium, business $14.99 a month, but they don't list a year. So clearly you've got to log in.
You've got to log in, yeah.
Kim says, since I keep Notion open, I think I'll just keep my notes there. Thing is, what I would do with this, Kim, I watched all the videos that came out about this, and I thought I actually have a notes system built into Notion. And I thought it was exactly what I wanted. And then I looked at this and I thought, what I do is use it as idea generation. Is there anything that this is doing that I'm not doing with mine? Now, if you think about Notion, this recently captured thing, if you've captured via the Notion Clipper, it would have a date and time on that. And as long as you capture it to the correct place, your notes inbox, you could replicate this recently captured. So I use it in those terms. It doesn't necessarily mean, I'm going to go and use Evernote anymore. I might just look at this and think, I could add that to my notes system in Notion. So that's one thing anyway. It also shows you your notebooks. Now, in the system I've built in Evernote, in Notion, I do have the ability to do that. I actually built that in. I wouldn't say it's quite as pretty as that, but it's there. But you'll notice in the top left corner, we're getting into premium only now. So these features, the other ones were free. Everybody gets those, the Scratchpad, etc. But the next few widgets are for premium users only. So this one is the recent notebooks, and again, it does the recent ones and the suggested ones. You've then got shortcuts, so this is where you decide what shortcuts you would like. Now, like Kim is happy in Notion, and my notes are in Notion. Nothing to stop you in Notion creating exactly that. Rip Evernote's idea off of, that's not a bad idea. You could have shortcuts where you actually add them manually, or you could add a tag of shortcut and pre-filter in a widget in Notion. So it's always good for ideas. It does the same with tags, but like I said, whether that's a good idea or not, I think would depend on how many tags you've got. As far as I'm concerned, there's too many tags for that to be much use. But it's there. Then you've got pinned notes that you can pin to the top. Again, could you replicate that in Notion? Absolutely. But it doesn't do it out of the box, which Evernote does. But all you would need is a tag of pinned, and then filter it for pinned notes. Very, very simple to do. Now, beauty of all of this is, because of this redesign that they did, all of this on the desktop and the web ripples through to the iOS apps. They have exactly the same features, which was why they took that decision to have 2 years of pain while the main app wasn't getting much updated, because they were all working on the development side for the rest of it. So it probably was worth it. Now we're through the pain. That's a good idea. So as I say, same on mobile, iPad or iPhone. So it's called Evernote Home. I would love to show it to you, but I don't have it yet. I am rather peeved about that, but I don't. I just don't have it yet. It's being rolled out over the next few weeks. There are many videos on YouTube of people who do have it. Only slight.
Like lamb banana.
Yes.
Some have it, some don't.
Exactly. So only slight grinding of teeth in this area. Wouldn't want to damage the teeth. Little bit peeved. Would love to actually show it you, but if I get it next week, I can show it you if you're interested. But I've tried refreshing and uninstalling and reinstalling and every kind of dirty hack known to mankind, and I don't have it. I'm obviously in the wrong group, like for the vaccinations. I'll be the last one on the planet.
Lots of stomping here at MacBites headquarters.
There was stomping. There was. Right, I need to switch over to...
I'll scheme.
Yeah, it's all right. It did me no good. I thought about it, but it did me no good at all. My mouse has disappeared. Right, I've got it back. The mouse, he returneth. Okay, so give me 1 second and we'll move on to the next bit, which was young Jonathan. But I need to do one thing first. Right, it's done. Okay. And we will switch back. So let me know. Are you using Evernote? Are you going to? Does that make any difference to you? Or are you taking the approach Kim and I are taking? That's not bad. I think I'll build it into mine. Which I think is always a good approach, I think. Right, okay. Managing screenshots. Where on earth did this one come from? That would be young Jonathan. It would be young Jonathan, because he's not asleep, yet. And when he's awake, he does pay attention. So last week, how do you find a screenshot taken 10 years ago? Now, why was that an issue? Well, that was because of this, if you remember. It was the App Store's 10th birthday. So my first thought was, 6th of January, 2011, I'll go get the screenshots. And there they were. Now, I took these screenshots not particularly with any intention of using them at the time. We didn't have after hours. Odds are I didn't get a blog post written with that lot. But it was something new. So there was new software available. I took screenshots of each bit as we moved through. Once it had installed, that was the very first time that I had actually seen the App Store. So it's take a screenshot, take a screenshot, take a screenshot. In fact, looking at that now, have you seen that thing called Claris? It looks like, it says lifestyle, but it looks like a pet tracker with a dog's head and a bone. Lola's had 3 of those today, hasn't she? She enjoyed that. Doubtless that's not available anymore. Go find it, mate, see if it's there. Anyway, these screenshots were not mocked up. They were actually taken live all the way back in 2011. And Jonathan wanted to know, how do you do that? Well, forward planning. First thing to think about, and my system just developed organically, really, from taking screenshots.
Claris the dog cow.
Oh, it's still there, is it?
No,
it was a dog cow. So. Oh, that dog cow was in... Maybe that's where the name's come from. It was in PowerPoint.
Oh.
It used to...
Oh, yeah.
You see, you've forgotten the dog cow.
Yeah, that was for the animation, the preview.
Look at his face. He's got the biggest broad grin on his face. Oh, you set him off now.
No, the video's gone.
Oh, no, it hasn't. There it is.
Oh, yeah.
It must be a poster missing issue, which we see all the time. Although that may not be that video. But anyway, we digress. Right, all I did to take these screen caps was the standard shortcut key on a Mac, which is Command, Shift and 4, which I'm presuming you all know about. Oh, I'm loving that. I'm loving that. In 20 years, Jonathan will still be known as young Johnny. Of course he will, because he'll still be younger than me. Like young Mr. Grace. Well, you know what trouble young Mr. Grace used to get into. He had all the ladies. Right, so that's how I took the screenshots. But before you think of building a system, you need to ask yourself where the screenshots are coming from. And back in 2011, that wasn't as tricky as it is today. Because they come from all over, don't they? If you're anything like me, obviously I take 1 million screenshots a day on my Mac. But I also take screenshots on iOS, my iPhone, iPad. Also on my watch. I took one the other day and I haven't actually managed to get it because on your watch it saves it to your phone, and I didn't actually manage to put it in the presentation, but I do know Kim likes it when I get a 24-hour stand thing. Got 2 days this week, Kim. I don't think I exercised or moved sufficiently every hour for about 2.5 days. So there are ones from my watch as well. Also, there are screenshots from Windows. So that's in relation to the source of the images that you're taking. If they're not all from the same source, so it's easy if you're just looking at your Mac screenshots, but if you've got all of that to think about, then the point is you really do need to think about it. But it gets even more complicated than that. The first application on the Mac that took screenshots that I used was Sketch. And that was the icon. Who remembers Sketch? Sketch was fabulous. It was free, and even though it, 15 years on, it's morphed, shall we say, since then. But 15 years on, it still had features back in 2006 that's not available now on anything I try and use. It was fantastic, not just in terms of capture, but in terms of sharing. It was amazing. It got bought, unfortunately, by Evernote, and it morphed into New Sketch. It wasn't good. It's still available on the Mac, but the version that they made for Windows is long gone. So New Sketch, not as good. Pete still has Sketch for iPhone, but rarely use it. Sketch was just the best. On the iPhone, I use one called, I think it's Annotate. And that's the nearest I've been able to get feature-wise. Let me have a look what it's called. No, it's not Annotate. It's a Notable. I think there's a couple of in-app purchases for extra tools, but that one's probably the most fully featured. Another one that's not bad was Point Out, but I don't know if that one's still going. But a Notable is. So on the phone, a Notable is a very good alternative. But New Sketch wasn't as good because they ripped out the best features. They wanted to turn it into a screen capture utility for Evernote. So you would capture to Evernote. I mean, if I'd have gone that route, then I wouldn't have been doing that now because Sketch is gone now, so I couldn't rely on it. And I'd have all these screenshots stuck in Evernote, so it would have fragmented the entire system. So think about where they're coming from and what you do with your screen caps. So another thing I do is I would use Cloud App when I share them with you. So tonight I quickly took 2 pictures of Lola during Marooned and was able, once I'd logged in again, to send them straight up to the cloud and share them with you. That workflow was what Sketch brought first. So Sketch was the first app to really do that. There was another one, wasn't there? A friend of ours, remember Chris Layden? What did he call it? It was a brilliant name. Oh, I will try and remember what the brilliant name was, but he had a brilliant name for this app, and it appeared in the Mac Heist bundle. And I remember him being absolutely overrun with people that were... Tiny Grab. It took a grab and it automatically uploaded it. So very, very similar to Cloud App. But so many people wanted to use that because it was replacing Sketch. So as well as Cloud App, there's a Droppler. They do exactly the same jobs. But the point is, they themselves, those apps, take screen caps and put them in the cloud. Those screen captures, not on your Mac, not on your machine. You would have to make a workflow decision on a weekly or monthly basis to download them and add them to your system. Otherwise, when you come to look for something like me 10 years on, it could be in one of 20 places. So it's actually easier to do it on a weekly basis. So probably I would do this either Saturday afternoon or Sunday afternoon. It would be like a wrap up for the week. So I would go to Droppler, I would go to Cloud App, and I would grab the images taken that week and put them in my system by hand. Another place that I would get my images from is Snagit. So it used to be a lot easier because once I wasn't using Sketch, I was using the basic capture and they all just went to the same folder and it was simple. But now you have to think about cloud sharing, you have to think about devices, you have to think about things like Snagit. So sometimes I deliberately take a screenshot in Snagit rather than use the built-in command. Why would I do that? Well, those ones of the football results, if you were actually to look at that page in the browser, there's a dirty great big video in the middle of it, and I need to cut it out. And the easiest way to cut it out, there is a tool in Snagit that just lets you take a chunk out in one click, and it's gone. Click, drag, let go, the bit's gone. And it can do that horizontally and vertically. So Snagit has tools that will help me do with that screenshot exactly what I want to do with it. So I will use three methods at the moment today, and I've used all three today. One went to Cloud App because I wanted to share it. I've taken about 50 screenshots in Snagit and another 50 not in Snagit. Sometimes I want the drop shadow, which Snagit doesn't capture, and sometimes I don't want the drop shadow. So I'll use Snagit because I don't want the drop shadow. So there's first thing to think about, capturing it. Where's it coming from? Apps, devices. Are you just taking a screen cap? Just think about where are they coming from? How are you capturing them? Once you've got that, you're then going to need to do something with them, and that's where Hazel comes in. This is the processing bit. You may need those files renamed, because if you want to be able to sort them, which you do, because you want to sort them by date and time they were taken, then they are going to need to have a standard naming convention. You may think, well, they will. No, they won't. Snagit doesn't save this with the same name format as the Mac does, and nor does Windows. So Hazel is a great way, once the captures have landed in a kind of processing inbox, to make sure that they've all got a standard name. There's also situations where you've got some images and you've taken the images for a particular job, so you've got an entire folder full of images and you want to rename those. And that's where you can't particularly, unless you want to take those images and put them in an inbox, which you don't, because then they're not separate, you need to process a group of images and have the name corrected, which is where something like a Better Find a Rename or Name Mangler comes in. Then you need to think about storing them. So it's okay putting these files in a folder, and maybe you don't take as many as I do, but I take quite a few. I had a look at last year's. I will show you my actual real folders so we can see how many, but we're talking thousands. It can get to sort of 25,000. We're not talking 1,000 or 2. We're talking quite a lot. In which case, being able to organise them, if I'm putting them in the cloud, is very important. Now, you might think, why just in the cloud? That's because
You know what I thought they were when I saw the slide earlier?
Toilet rolls. Because you've got toilet rolls on your brain because you've been shopping. No, what you will need to do is organise them in some kind of way, because in the cloud, you don't want to go to a folder that's got 30,000 images in it and sit and wait for them all to download. And that is where Big Mean Folder Machine comes in. Not joking, the app is called Big Mean Folder Machine. And what that will enable you to do is manipulate your files in multiple ways. Either you've got this almighty folder with 30,000 images in that you would like organised by year and then by month, or you've got multiple folders and you would like to just consolidate everything from all of those folders into one folder. And Big Mean Folder Machine is what will let you do it. So we've discussed capture and processing and storage. Obviously, the last part of that is retrieval, but that's where young Jonathan started. How do you find it? Well, you find it because you followed a good process, a good workflow, where you've captured it and you know you've put it in the right place, having named it with a naming convention. So let's have a look at how all that actually works. So I said I will show you my real folder. This is probably not the best idea I've ever had, but I will. Right, they're not all together at the moment. So caveat on that is they're not in one folder yet. That's because originally they were on a local drive. Then I moved to Google Drive. and I put them in my application support screenshots folder. And that is what that looked like. So these are ones that I need to get named. Then we've got 2017, 18, 19 and 20. But you can see this does go back to the 1st of January 2020. So if we take 5 for the 5 folders, off what we have here, we have 4,176. But I also have some more in there. So what do we have in there as well? Only 74. So not bad at all. So that's why they're not all together, but I would do it by year. I haven't bothered inside that to go any deeper and do it down to the sort of day level. It's literally just one folder, 7,900. You're wondering how inadvertently. But I was very, very happy with Google Drive file stream. That wasn't a problem at all. But I acquired a Dropbox account and decided that because I've got more storage in my Dropbox account, I'm going to move the screen capture process to Dropbox. So in Dropbox, I've put them somewhere different rather than application support. The reason that I've gone for different rather than application support is that you'll notice here that I have application support and apps downloaded. They are local files because they're configurations. They are all my configurations. But I don't particularly want upwards of 50,000 images stored on my local drive. So in my archive, this is available online only. So in archives, in screenshots, I have the screenshots from this year, when I started doing it this year. So only 145 at the moment, but that's because I've not done the consolidation from everywhere else yet. So that's how I'm actually doing it. When you take a screenshot, it automatically goes to the desktop, but you can obviously put it somewhere else. So the first thing is where you're going to have that saved to and where you're going to send it to. So we can actually use this folder, which is the genuine folder at the moment, and actually see them appear. I don't know why I've got another one called screenshots in there. Why have I got that? A whole other set of them. No idea. I'll leave that alone. Hopefully they'll be going to this one, unless, is that the 12th? No, they're going in there. They're going to the right place. So anything that I take a screenshot of will actually appear in this folder through magic. So I'm going to move this, make sure I can see the desktop. I think I can. Take a screenshot. So Command, Shift and 4. Press the space bar, get the whole thing, and press the button. That appears down here, ready for me to edit it. If I choose not to edit it, so I'm not going to touch it, it will then disappear. And it goes to the desktop, but then it moves. And how it moves is a Hazel rule. But just before I show you the Hazel rule, there's a totally different thing going on here. So if I move from here and we go back, say, to the top level of my drive, I'm going to take a screenshot and you're not going to see a difference. Well, you might see a little bit of a difference. Right. It looks the same, doesn't it? It's gone blue and there's an icon over the top of it. But I'm about to take that screenshot with a totally different mechanism. I've used a button on my mouse and even I did not expect this to happen. I do it on my mouse because it's just easier. There's one button there, I click that button. In fact, there's a hidden button as well. So I click one button if I want the Command Shift 4 screen cap, and I click another button if I want a Snagit capture. But when I click this one, it appears over here straight away. And yes, it does disappear, but it doesn't ever appear in the lower right-hand corner. So something weird happened when I started doing that I didn't expect, which is if we go back to where they are, these should be my screen caps right here. So I've just taken that one, that's the first one, and then I took the second one. And if you look at them, apart from the fact that I deliberately chose a different folder, they look identical in all kinds of ways. And what I mean by that is, we go up to what that file is actually called. That's the first one. So it's screenshot, one word, and then we've got the date and the time in a particular format. If I move down to the next one, it's exactly the same. Screenshot, one word, and exactly the same format. But that wasn't what actually happened. Let's do it again. We'll do it it will do it very quickly. You focus in the top right hand corner when that file is saved. Is it screenshot one word or is it screenshot two words? And I can't stop it, but it's screenshot two words. But when that file lands in here, which is this one, it's one word. So there's magic going on in terms of renaming those files as well. That was something that happened when Snow Leopard came out. I went and got Snow Leopard from Liverpool. We were in the Liverpool Apple Store. Us and one other person. Wasn't exactly crowded. Oh, it was like social distancing before it was trendy. And I took a screenshot and I looked at it and I thought, whoa, that's not named right. And I realised at that point I was going to have to do some magic from that point on to make sure that all screenshots were named correctly. The new version that was introduced in Snow Leopard is one single word for screenshot. The old way is two words. So why, when I take a screenshot here, am I getting the old way where it says screen space shot, capital S? And that's because it's obviously some mechanism with this mouse. It's using a driver from Logitech and that's what it does. So they don't match. So for that reason, I have magic going on to make it work. And how that happens is in Hazel, which we have looked at before. But starting with the default screen captures, all I do is create these two rules. They run against the desktop. So there's download rules, I haven't put any in there yet, and desktop rules. So I have two. The first one handles screenshots that are named correctly. So these are the system screenshots. And the rule is, if the name starts with screenshot, move it to the folder called screenshots, which happens to be on Dropbox. And that's it. That's all it needs to do. Just move it. One of the benefits of not changing where these are saved on the system is that because they go through the desktop, they get backed up to iCloud. So I get a 30-day backup. So if something happens and I'm missing a screenshot, I can go to iCloud and look back through the files that were created and sent up to iCloud and then immediately moved into Dropbox. The second one's more complicated. This is what needs to happen when a screenshot is taken and its name starts with screen space shot. That happens in one of two ways for me right now. The first is if I take it with my Logitech mouse. And the second is if I take it on a machine that has an older operating system. So what this one does is say, right, if the file starts with the words screen and shot, the first thing to do with it is rename it. Now, renaming it, how do you rename it? Well, you come into here and you can actually expand these. And in my case, I wanted to replace something. So there's some basic things. You can make it uppercase and lowercase. But you can actually choose to replace the text. Now, it's a little bit... Oh, there we go. Right, you can see it's going to be a little bit difficult to read, but you can. You want to replace screenshot with the word screenshot as one word. You also want to replace, because there was an extra little bit there, at the end it put an AM and a PM, which is completely irrelevant when you get a file that says screenshot date at 21:58:26 PM. It's there because they haven't built in the intelligence to know that I have set the system to use the 24-hour clock. So I just want that to be totally deleted, not needed at all. So I replace AM with nothing and I replace PM with nothing, and that renames it properly. And then I leave the extension on it and we're done. The second thing this then does, once it's named correctly, is it moves it to the same folder as the first rule. And that way, at least everything that I take, every screenshot I take, is moved to the same place. So I only have to go to one place to find them. Now, This works even if you take the screenshot on another machine. You have to be logged into the same iCloud account, but because I've told it to just leave it alone, save it to the desktop, when it hits the desktop, it gets uploaded to iCloud. When it gets downloaded to my desktop here from iCloud, the rule runs on it and it moves it into Dropbox. When you go back to the other machine that you took the screenshot on, it's not there. It's in the cloud. You don't have to have this configured on every machine. You only need it configured on one because the initial place that you're saving it to is the desktop, which is in iCloud. Good grief for use for iCloud. I know it's frightening, isn't it? Tracy's in. Hello. Right, so it's pronounced Turo. It was gorgeous. It was gorgeous.
So with the chocolate. Thank you.
You made yourself sick with those. The chocolates were gorgeous. Oh, you should have just... One of those things where you open the lid and the smell. Oh, my. Yes. I did like that, Tracy. I actually thought as I was eating it, could do with a recipe for this. And then I thought, don't be ridiculous. There's no way you could make it even if you had it. I've no faith in myself. There you go. I could give it a go. It could be like the generation game, couldn't it? 2021 style. Tracy does it perfectly and I turn something out that looks like a pig's breakfast.
You have other qualities, dear.
I do have other qualities, which is just as well. Do you, so Sarah's got a question. Do you have to do something to have it saved? As on mine, it just shows me the screenshot and stays there. Probably silly question. No, nothing's a silly question. When you say it just shows you the screenshot, do you mean it just sits there on the desktop? If that's what you mean, then what I'm doing with Hazel, it's Hazel that's moving it. Is yours doing something other than just leave it on the desktop? Ashley asked you if you want to save it. Right, that would happen in this way. So let me take a screenshot of this. Is this what's happening to you? Take the screenshot, click on it, and then it opens up and it sits there. And then, if you say, right, I'm done, if you've made some changes, it might prompt you to save it. So what I'm doing is I'm ignoring it when it goes down the bottom. I'm not opening it. I'm just leaving it. And that should automatically save it to your desktop. And it will then just sit on your desktop unless you manually move it or manually do something with it.
That annoys me, you know. They've pulled that in from iOS, haven't they?
Yeah.
Where it goes down the bottom. I know it's handy if you want to edit it, you can just click on it.
But you never want to edit it.
But I never want to edit it. No.
So you didn't think of turning it off in the system preferences then?
No, you could.
Mike's never been in the system preferences, have you, babe? Good grief, where would it be? No idea.
I go in the system preferences all the time to click cancel or allow.
That's true, actually. I can't remember where it is. Is it in this one? You'll notice I've got handoff turned off, don't ask. It's not in that one. I'm sure it was in there. They'll have it somewhere stupid. Can somebody remind me where all of this is? It'll be somewhere ridiculous that I would never think of looking in a million years, right? It's not going to be any of these, is it? Is it any of those? It's in there somewhere. Let's try screenshot. No, that's the... No, that's not keyboard shortcuts. We'll give it a go, but I don't think it's in there. You never know, it might be. Do a Google, because it's definitely there. It's there somewhere because I've used it, but I like to actually leave it turned on. So I can't remember where it is, but it's in there.
The screenshot floater.
That's if you Control-Shift F5, which is that. That gives you this thing here. Okay, it's in there, is it? Right, okay. This lets you decide where to put it. So you could choose another location. You can set a timer on this one. And whether the option there is show floating thumbnail. That's rather unfortunate, isn't it, given the toilet humour of earlier?
I'd already thought of that, but chose not to say it.
Well, I could just read your mind here. So if you don't want to see that, then you don't need to. You can actually... I mean, I never use it, so I could actually turn it off. So if I turn that off, do a capture, it's captured it. Right, let's say we want to capture that again. So Command-Shift-4, press the space bar, click, and it straight away saves it and then puts it up in the cloud with the Hazel rule. So you don't actually have to have that showing. I could have sworn that was in the system preferences, but when you said, I was reminded. But it's a stupid place to put it because you'd need to know how to get into that, and you could have disabled it.
Yeah.
Command-Shift-5 gives you extra benefits when it comes to taking a screenshot, in terms of you can use the timer and you can set up a capture area, which is great because Command-Shift-4 doesn't let you do a recapture, but Command-Shift-5 does. So they're doing slightly different things. Let's have a look. Okay, so let's carry on with that. So those are the rules that determine, they're the first set of things that you do to determine where those are actually saved. Right, when it comes to thinking about saving them, where they actually are going to be, I would suggest a cloud service is a good option, because then they're available from anywhere you need them from. The problem with them is, as you look at them like that, once you get too many in a folder, it gets chaotic. So, another thing you might need to think about is bulk renaming them. I want to bulk rename them. So I think I had mine set up in a Better Find a Rename, which wasn't that one. It's in my presets. So what I did here was I created a set of settings that mean I can drag and drop any images on there, and it will rename them as standard screenshots. So what that looks like is it takes 3 rules. Right, this one is looking for the one, if it's got screenshot in it, it's going to replace it with screenshot with no space. So that's the first thing it does. The second thing it does is take away the AM, and the third thing it does is take away the PM. So that's the one for the older style naming conventions. So if I want to do it as a batch rather than drop them in somewhere, I can just drag and drop them into the right hand side of this and then run that preset on them. So if I come across, something that I've done 10 years ago, and I've got a folder full of screenshots that I've taken, I look at them and I think they're not actually named correctly, drag and drop them in here and then they will be named correctly. So that's one of the things that I do. So naming is important because when you look at where they actually are, they're going to be sorted by this. And although you can sort them by the date that they were created or something different, it's actually easier just to do it with the file name. That enables you to use applications like Bridge, Adobe Bridge, which is free, to actually look at all of the screenshots at the same time in a preview or a thumbnail grid. So having the names standardized is a real benefit. Right, then there's the last thing, which is retrieve. Well, actually, in terms of organising them, the next thing that I'm going to do is more to do with processing stroke storage, but this is what will help the retrieval be far easier. So what I've done is, in my data folder, I have, or I thought they were in there. Where have I put them now? No, that's not it. Crying out loud. Did I stop? Was it this one? I wonder, did I put it in here? Yes, it is. Right, that's what they are. Dragged and dropped them to the wrong folder. Okay, so I'm going to take this one and put it in my data. All right, this was something that I created, which is 100 screenshots going back to the 1st of January 2019. I've got deliberately one from January, one from February, March, April, May. So one from each month of 2019. And then I've got some batches from January 2020. I've got some from March, April, May, June, July, August and September and October. So this was just some random screenshots. Now imagine that there's more than 100 and you're wading through them. For a start, you've got a problem with the first 3. They're not even named correctly. Let's see if that will work, even though we're not taking anything away. So better find a rename. So that's the first thing to do. They're not correct. So let's drag them into there. And you see it gives you a preview and says that, yep, that's fine. It will rename with a space to without a space. So let's perform the renames. That should solve that problem. Now they are all named correctly. Yeah, I don't think we've got any dodgy ones. That looks fine. The next thing is I want them organised because obviously I'm going to be working with thousands of files. And just even scrolling through when they're on a cloud will slow you down. So this is where a big mean folder machine comes in. Fabulous name, love it. Right, let's get this out of the way. Right. It does two things. You don't need to do them both at the same time. It will either split files into multiple folders or it will merge files from different folders. So let's continue with the first one. Right. That was what I did last time, and I don't want that one this time. I need to point it to this folder, which, good grief, that's the real one. No, it's not, that's fine. Right, I'll make that bigger so we can actually see the entire path. Right, if there are subfolders within it, do you want it to process those or not? That's your first option. So you tell it what folder you're pointing it to. And then you say, do you want the subfolders included? Now, there are no subfolders in there. I'll drag this on so we can see it at the bottom when it starts doing its thing. But that one really doesn't matter in this case. Right, next thing. So I've told it where the files are. The next thing is, how do you want it splitting? Now, if the problem is you can't load that many images, or you're trying to burn to a DVD or something, then you could choose to just split them into batches. So it says like 100 meg per folder. If you're burning a DVD, you could say 4 gig per folder. But what I actually want is a more intelligent way of splitting it, which is splitting it into hierarchies. So all the files beginning with A go into folder A. Now it says etc. So you're not choosing that. You're just saying I want to create a hierarchy. Right. If you click continue, then you're setting up a first level hierarchy. And it offers you a few options here. So if you wanted it alphabetical, second, third, pair of letters, all of these. Photos it's brilliant with, because it will create a folder based on the shooting date in all kinds of formats, or the creation date. Fabulous. But none of that's what we're looking for. So I'm going to click on custom, and that opens like another window that allows you to create a customized action here. You could choose the file name, but although the file name would work in this case, it would be far better to just use the creation date. So I'm going to use the creation date and move forward. And then what kind of pattern do you want for it? And the pattern appears at the bottom. So if I were to take, I'd have to type it in. Let's do it just to show you. If I was to actually type in one of these things, so like minute, it would add like, it was on the 5 minute. If you put a 0 on the end, it adds an extra 0. So that's the minute it was taken. You think you go back and put hour at a 0. Oh, it doesn't like that. Hang on, do we have an hour? 24 hour. Okay, 24 at the beginning. And then you could decide, and I'll put a little dash in between, and then you could go down to seconds or whatever. But what that would probably give you is one folder per file, which is not what you want. So I actually only want it to be, I'm not interested in the minutes or the 24 hours. I just want it to be, not even by the day, I just want it to be by month. Because from my experience, I know I can manage the number of screenshots I take in a month. In a cloud, I can download them, I can look at them. A month is fine. Also, a month is probably how I would be looking for them. So if I'm looking for, what screenshots did I take from WWDC in 2014? It's June 2014, so I can instantly go to it. So I'm going to leave it at 4 digits for the year and the month, but with a leading 0 where needed, and continue. Then I can finish on that because that is the sub part of this. Then I'm dropped back into where I was. We continue from there. This is where you can set your second level hierarchy if you need it. I don't need it, so I'm just going to carry on. Right, this is where you decide what you want to do if there is a name conflict. Technically speaking, there should never be a name conflict unless you've taken like 15 screenshots in 1 second, or at least 1 minute. So you're probably going to be okay with that. Bear in mind, I have gone down to the level of seconds when I name them initially. So I probably won't have a problem like that. But if I do, it says make it unique by adding a 1 in brackets. You could choose anything else you want. It doesn't have to be that. And then use the unchanged name for the first file, and then it tells you how to sort by that. So do you want it alphabetical A to Z, or do you want it backwards, however you want it to be done? You've got all these options. I'm just going to leave that because I know there's going to be no conflict. There can't be a conflict if we look at what we've got, because if there was a conflict, it would already need to have a 1 at the end. I'm going to leave that there because as soon as I go forward with this and decide to do it, it's going to start doing things in here, unless I have it done. Where shall we create it? Should be able to do it in here. So let's choose that. Say we'll put them in screenshots, because remember what it's going to do. Oh, it can't overlap. That's unfortunate, isn't it? Okay, we'll choose somewhere else. We'll go into the data and we'll go into a new folder, sorted. Right. So let's go and pick that one. There we go. And I want that window open at the bottom so you can actually see it happening, because it's going to be very quick. So continue on. What do you want to do? Copy them or move them? Well, I'll do a copy. So continue on. Do you want to see a preview of it? Let's try it. That's what's going to happen. So it has created folders with all of those in it. That looks great, doesn't it? Continue. It will actually start doing it. And what's happened down here is it's finished. So I can quit the app. And it's created an entire folder structure, which saved me the job of doing it. So I've got one in there. I've got a few more in these. And then in the others at the top, I've got just the one per month. Just for the demo. So I use that app all the time for organising files and folders. What I've never actually done is use it the other way around, which would be to take these and create like an unsorted. So if I go back to this level and I create a folder, called unsorted. Well, actually, it's not unsorted, it's merged, isn't it? Merged from all the other folders. Let's go back into here, because they were, yeah, that's where we're grabbing it from. So, Big Mean Folder Machine, let's try the merge from. Never actually done this. This is never a good idea to do a demo like that, but I'll do it anyway. Right, we don't want to do it from there because they're not actually merged in there, so we'll take that one away. But we will add the this sorted folder where they are all in individual folders. So we will click on that, the sorted data, and then carry through. Not interested in any of that because I know that they are unique, but if yours aren't, then change that by all means. And continue. Where do you want to put it? Now I did have a folder, so let's go up from there into data and go to merged and open that. But to see this happen, we need to go into merge because there's nothing in there at the moment, and continue. Copy them to the destination. Don't need the preview. Let's go without it. Let's just see them all appear. And that is a very, very fast way of taking contents from multiple folders and having them in a single folder without having to do the drag and drop thing all by yourself and it taking forever. So Big Mean Folder Machine. Can you get me the link for that, Mike? It's from the same people who do a Better Find a Rename. So those are the tools that I use and why and how I actually use them. And then the retrieval part of it is really simple. I will know when it's from. So this one was the 6th of January 2011. Did a search. There they are. I could use Bridge and I can even use Quick Look. Just press a space bar and Quick Look it. So really intelligent question, Jonathan. Very impressed by that.
Links in the chat.
Thank you. Snagit, what you could do, because I already have Snagit on a cloud. I have Snagit saving the images to the cloud as editable Snagit files. And then I go to the library and on a weekly basis just drag everything out, run the renamer against it, and I've got them from Snagit as well. So in effect, if I've used Snagit, I've got 2 copies. So my Snagit library goes back about 5-6 years, and it's back-ended at the moment onto Google File Stream. But it would probably make more sense again to put it on Dropbox. And it works brilliantly. Somebody asked that question on their forum. And I thought, well, isn't it obvious? Just put it in a cloud. But apparently it wasn't. Okay, so let's move on and look at pop-out images in PowerPoint. What do I mean by pop-out images? Images like that, where you have a person locked inside the circle, but bits of them outside the circle. Wouldn't matter if that was like a footballer kicking a ball or a car or anything else. I just happened to pick the lady in question there because that shows another feature of PowerPoint, and I've got to get Jonathan to get his little notebook out and start making notes, ready for his big PowerPoint switch. So let's see how you actually do that, because it's really simple and it shows off quite a few features of PowerPoint. Okay, I've done the going out of PowerPoint again when I actually need to really come out of PowerPoint. So my PowerPoint presentation I'm using tonight is over there, but my demo one, are you the demo one? No, you're not. You were the other one. I have multiple demo ones. Right, where have you disappeared to? Okay, let's go in here and find it. In the data, in pop-out images demo. There we go, and there she is. So that's the finished thing. This is the kind of thing I'm talking about. So basically he could be pointing to something on the slide. That's probably a little bit big for that, but I can do that. And he could be pointing to the prices or something like that. So that's the technique. The technique, once you've mastered it, it's the same. It's the same all over the place, no matter what it is you're doing with it. So let's head off to what you need to start with. So first thing I'm going to do is put a blank slide in, just to show you where the images came from. Because the thing with these images are, both of them are already knocked out. They do not have a white background or any other kind of background on them. They are cut out images. Luckily, they are completely free. So what I'm going to do is open up the stock images panel, which you don't get to if you do that. There we go. So these are assets that Microsoft provide free of charge. They are only available in the Office 365 version of PowerPoint. So if you have 2019 or 2016 and it's... so we've got how do you do it in Keynote. I'm going to show you how you do it in Keynote very shortly. As soon as I've done this, we're moving to Keynote and doing exactly the same thing. So it happens in exactly the same way. The only thing you don't get in Keynote is any of the assets. So the assets are purely for Office 365 subscribers to Microsoft. But if you've got images from elsewhere, then you can certainly use those. In fact, if we... let's see if I can find a person. Probably not the best way. Is that a person? Looks like a drag, to be honest. Do I have a... something like that. So if you have an image like that and you wanted that person with a circle behind them and no background, both Keynote, in fact Keynote is way better than PowerPoint on this, but both applications have a remove background option. Having said Keynote's better, that did a grand job on that. It's better than Keynote. But if you have to do it by hand, it's a living nightmare, trust me in here. PowerPoint, not great. But that gives you a background free. So if we put a background on here, format our background with a gradient fill, you can see you can change that and she is knocked out. So if you don't have an image that is already knocked out, you can create a knocked out image both in PowerPoint and Keynote. So we could use her for that, although it seemed to have taken a bit of a hair, doesn't it? So I'd need probably to tidy that up. But what I'm doing in here, in the stock images, is not searching the images. Don't search the images or the icons either. Because hiding under here, you have three more options: cut out people, stickers, and illustrations. And what we need is cut out people, and they are exactly as implied. They are cut out people, and some of them have their arms up, arms out, like those two, and they would work perfectly in what we're trying to do here. So all I did with that was go and choose this lady and drag and drop it onto there. So exactly as you saw me insert that is what I did. I then needed a copy, so we'll lose him and imagine I needed a copy of her. Hold down the Option key and drag and drop and you get a copy of it. So Dr. Mike says, if I had to rent software all the time, I wouldn't be able to eat. No money left after renting all the software. I completely understand that. No, you can do this in Keynote, so you'll be fine. So what I've got here, this young lady here, with an exact copy of herself there. This I don't actually need. It's purely for reference. So this is like a pro tip. I want to cut round her face, probably maybe down to a middle somewhere, round the waist area, but not too low, and have her hand sticking out of it. That's there because that's how I want it formatted when I finished it. But it's also there to help me size it, because Keynote's better than PowerPoint when it comes to actually doing the first bit. So this in PowerPoint is going to guide me. That's what I want. In essence, I want that, only I want it at the front. I want it there, just at the top of her forehead, so her hair's sticking out, and her arms. So that's what I actually want. I'm going to move that back over there. We may use that later, but at the moment we'll have it there. So the first thing I need to do with this is actually apply a mask to it. Now, luckily, when you go into your picture format, both PowerPoint and Keynote have the ability to crop an image. There is a crop tool. The PowerPoint crop tool is magical. It's amazing. I use this all the time when I'm putting my presentations together, because rather than just cropping, which is that's a crop, so let's crop a bit of her away. Now she's cropped. Right, that's the very basics of it. But rather than just doing that, it lets you do magic things. So I'll just show you one of the magic things that I actually do. Hello, Renee. Did I say something and trigger Miss A again? The A lady. Oh, I don't know what. Apologies for that. Right, I'm going to go to the images, not icons, images, and just choose an image. It doesn't matter which image. Let's say I want this as the background to a slide. So I quite like that. Well, it would work, but let's get something more tricky, like the B. So I insert that. And the problem I've got is it's the wrong ratio for the slide. This happens all the time because my slides are 16:9. They're widescreen. I would love a quick way to just make that work. Just make it 16:9. Instead of which, you're like, I'll move it up a bit and then I'll have it over there. So I have to scale that down. Then I've got a bit hanging off the top and a bit off the bottom. Don't do all of that. Just let it, put it where it will, which is in the middle. I use this feature so much, I have a shortcut for it up the top there, which is that circle. So that circle is a special command that I use. I will show you that circle is accessing in here crop to an aspect ratio of 16:9. It's just quicker for me to click that circle than go and find the crop tool and fiddle with it. But when you do that, it applies exactly the same crop, but so you can edit it if you want to, but it's pre-configured to 16:9. Which means don't touch the crop around the outside, move the image on the inside. So if you want the B higher up or lower down, just do that. So I would probably want the B a little bit higher like that. And then click away. And that image is now 16:9. All I've got left to do is one of two things with it. So one option is to drag it to the top left, and you see you get the red markers, and then scale it down to the other corner. And that's now my slide background. My alternative is cut it completely. Go to Format Background, choose Picture or Texture Fill, and click Clipboard. And now it's on the background and I can't move it. It's on the background. But this one I can move. So it's just two different ways of doing exactly that. But it's using the crop tool. But the crop tool gets even better than that. So let's get back to our lady in here. Right, you do need that in Keynote. I've been using Keynote for 15 years and I only switched in November because I had an issue with iCloud and local storage eating my slides. They would literally disappear. I know they were there. At least it didn't gaslight me. I knew they were there because I got a video of myself presenting them. And then when I opened it afterwards, no, it's not there. So Strange beans, but never mind. So I moved to PowerPoint, but that option is fantastic. You have a crop tool, but you have to crop it yourself. So I'm now on this lady here. So we know that we can crop her. We know we can crop her to a set size under the picture format. But guess what? The crop tool gets even better than that. In here, you can choose to crop it to a shape. And obviously we need a circle. And we have a basic circle to crop it to. So crop. Yeah, that's not really what we were after, is it? It's cropped because her hands have disappeared. Looks like some kind of industrial accident. And her foot at the bottom. But not really the best in terms of I needed to just crop her face out here. So what I can do about that is actually edit the crop by recropping it. Now what I also love about this is that there is a shortcut key for the crop tool, which is Command Shift and M. M for Manchester. You could also just hit crop. It does the same thing. And at that point, you can actually see the bounding box of it. And obviously that's not correct. It's an oval rather than a circle, but I'm going to bring it up a bit. And what I'm doing, I'm not worried about placing it. I need it to be the same as the yellow circle on the left. So what I'm going to do is just keep moving around. Managed to drop it there, but let's start again. There we go. I've got it right that way. I need to get it right the other way. There we go. So once I've got those arrows, I now know that that's exactly correct. This is so much better than PowerPoint, than Keynote. It's amazing. Right, so I've got the crop that I need. I'm then grabbing it, and I want to move it. I don't want to move her. I want to leave her where she is. I want to grab the end of that and put that where it needs to be. Now, these red lines are amazing. One, they're telling me the size matches, but two, they're now telling me the alignment matches as well. So I said you didn't need that circle on the left, but if you know you're working to a set size, then it's actually quite handy to have it. So I've got that over her face, cut the head off, cut the arms off. Click away, and you've now edited the mask to just the area that you want. Right, now, next thing. It's not formatted correctly in terms of it doesn't have the purple and everything on here, but you do have a format painter. So if you make a selection of the shape that looks like you want it to look, and you copy it, so you've copied the format, you can then paste that format onto another shape. And we've got the inside bit of her there. Obviously, we need the head and the arms back, which is why we have a second copy of this over here. And I'm going to drag it over there, and it will snap again with the red stuff telling you it's in the right place. So I've got multiple red lines this time. I've got a horizontal red line, a vertical. That's telling me it's centered, but I've also got one at the top and the bottom of the slide to tell me it's actually touching the top and bottom of the slide as well. Right, so obviously the problem with this is, yes, but now her body's back. Yes, but if we did a simple crop on this, so up to the picture format or using the shortcut key, and do a simple crop, as long as we don't crop any higher than her arms or any lower than where she's cut off in here, so there is a sweet spot, and click away, we've got half of her inside and half of her outside. To take that a little bit further, because obviously what you've actually got here is you've just literally cropped the top off. You've got two individual pieces. If you grab these and use Command, Option and G, or the group command, you will group her together. And now that can be treated just as any other single image. You can scale it, you can do what you like with it. If you need to use that somewhere else, and the app that you're using doesn't have that command, then you've even got the option to right-click on it and save it as a picture. And it will actually save that out as an independent picture. So if we put that in our data folder, no, we don't want it in there. Let's put it in our data folder and just pop it in there. You could use that anywhere else. Okay. Right, so that one was simple enough, wasn't it? I did do another one just for the sake of doing it, but this one I think I did something very crazy with this. Right, same principle. This has come from in here, so it's exactly the same principle. But I used a different shape when I went to do the crop. So I chose a crop to shape. And this time I thought, well, you know, Valentine's Day is coming. Let's see how tricky that could be. Again, it's far too big. Now, PowerPoint does a better, Keynote does a better job than that in terms of placing it and it actually being the shape you want it to be. PowerPoint, though, will let you actually edit that. So if you just go in to edit that, the black markers here are the bit that you change to scale it and position it. So let's say I want that there like that. I don't want to move her, I want to move this. So I'm just going to put it where it's like half going into her head. But, I mean, it does look bad, that, doesn't it? That does look bad.
Renee wants to know if it's got a transparent background when exported as a PNG.
I have never had a look at it because I've never had the need to do it. Is the short answer to that. But you know what? We'll go and have a look. We've got our data, we have our picture. Yes, it's transparent. Right down to little fingernails. So yes, it is transparent. Okay, let's get rid of that. Right, so we've got this heart-shaped one, which is slightly different. I'm going to take this off here again. So let's take the format and apply that. And we have a bigger problem, which is, if you look, and it's very tiny, isn't it? So let's wham up that. Because of how we've got the edges on this, in terms of, in the format of the line, you can do an awful lot in here. You see you've got a join type, and the join type is round, and that's why up here we've got this white bit, because it's round. If you change that to bevel, it goes to a square. You can mitre that, which is almost right, but not quite. So I'm going to keep it at round, so we've got a problem that needs to be fixed. Right, and let's get that back down there. Okay, so next thing to do is to grab the lady and take her across, and it's actually twanging, so you know it's bang on the right place. And then we need to do a standard crop on her. Take that up there. And that's not good because that's there, isn't it? So I'm going to need to take that a bit higher. Let's do a higher crop. I think I must have made this slightly different, but we can do that. That will work. There we go. Not quite. No. What's happening? Are you slightly off or am I slightly off? I do believe I'm slightly off. I think what I did was, let's put her over there. I must have made the inside of this slightly different. I wanted the problem with the head. I needed the problem with the head. Did I make it bigger? I think I might have done like that. And then moved it. Not moved her. Don't want to move her. Let's make sure we've got a problem with the head. Right. Yep, we've still got a problem with the head. And then put her in place. And that should work. Let's go back to the crop. Struggling with the shortcut key. Let's take that up there. Now that's going to stick out, isn't it? But that should do it. There we go. And it solved the problem with the head. So let's zoom in again and move down. And what we've got is this front part is covering up both the part of the heart that's there and the actual bit that's got a problem with it. And there she is. And again, you would then group that and you can scale it and move it to your heart's content or do other things with it. So I thought that was pretty cool. There are other things that you can do with that, but before we go any further, let's go do it somewhere else. So I'm going to minimise that. I might need that shortly. I might do. Right. I'm going to head back into, though. Where are we? There's PowerPoint. That's what I'm looking for. Right. Not good. Come on. Hey, excellent. Right. So pop out images in PowerPoint. I started with PowerPoint, but I have done this in Keynote. And as I've said, I've used Keynote for 15 years. So the difference in Keynote is the tools are very, very similar. Just how you do it is slightly different. I've had weirdness happen in terms of things that should have had a background on that didn't have a background on. But it can all be fixed. So let's head off and have a look at it in Keynote. Hopefully it'll default to the right place, and there we go. Pop out images. Wrong screen, but you know, can't have everything. There we go. Right, let's make that so we can see it. A little bit bigger than that would be good. You don't want to go any bigger. Crying out loud. Right, that's what we're going to start with, but what we have there is the finished one from the other app. So it might look a little bit blurry because that's an image that I just dragged and dropped in. That was the size it was originally, and then I just scaled it. But what we've got in here, exactly the same type of things. This is just a shape. So I picked that and then applied formats to it, etc. So I've got that. And these are just images. Again, they are exactly the same images. So first thing to do with this. What's different in here where there is no option to kind of say mask it with a shape? What shape? Because it doesn't do that. But what it will do, if we have a shape, so if I do just drop a shape on there and I do the scaling so it matches the other one. So all we need to do, there we go, same height, same width. Right, then I can put that where it needs to be, which is there. I can select her and select the shape. And then I usually do it this way, where I type in mask and you get an option under format. Let's have a look where that actually is. Format, there we go, image, mask with selection. Or you can mask with a shape, but you only get the very basic ones that you could do that with. So I'm going to mask it, and that gives you the mask. So you're now looking at the mask. You can do a couple of things here. You can scale the lady behind it, or you can actually scale the mask. But because we scaled it based on this one, you don't need to do either. You can just click OK. Now, that one is actually a bit big, isn't it? Because it's got her waist in it as well. But we'll go with it. We'll go with it. You've got what you need there. So from over here, you could copy the style, and you could click on there, and you could paste the style. But you don't get the background. Your guess is as good as mine. Just doesn't do it. But we've got the purple thing on it. All we then need to do is drag her across and put her into place. Do a standard mask on her, where we just decide we're going to grab that and take that up there, and click done. So far, so good. But we still haven't got the fill, and no matter what I did with it, it was not playing ball. So this one over here, making sure it's in the background, if you just scoot it across, you now have the background. What I will say with that is it doesn't look quite the same size. It might be a smidgen smaller, but there we go. But is that actually at the back? Good grief, what's it doing to me? That's perfect. So this is misbehaving in some kind of way. It should be exactly the same size. But something has resized it here. So there we go. And there she is. Do the same. Grab everything. Group it. And then you can scale it. Be warned, in here it will go fuzzy. Because this image was not native in here. In PowerPoint it is. So only because the image came from PowerPoint. But I wanted to use exactly the same image so you could see that it can do exactly the same kind of thing. It just does it in a different way. So very, very simple to do that. Right, next thing then. Get a bit more complicated, shall we? Right, let's come out of there. And head back in to there. Right. Next thing I'm going to do might seem a bit odd, like why are you changing what you're doing? Creating masks in Affinity Designer. Because what we've done is we've masked to a shape, but you're limited, aren't you, to the shapes that you could create in PowerPoint or Keynote. But you can make masks in Affinity Designer. Not masks as in creating a vector mask, but creating a mask to be used in your presentation application. So let's go and have a look at that. So going into Designer. I'm liking the way Kim's ahead of me. You could do that if you wanted to. So let's stick that in and do a similar kind of thing. So let's get, what shall we, let's try the heart again. There we go. There's a heart. Anything else that you've got in there, you could mask to it. So yes, it would work in exactly the same way. Do I have an image? Shall we cheat and use her? This isn't perfect because I wasn't actually going to do this, but we'll do it anyway. Right, let's get her in there. So she's in there. I'm going to try masking her again. Just really to show you that, yes, you can put this behind it. What you need to do is drop that in. Hang on, wrong way around. Drop that in at just the right place, which should be there. And then the image, her, is masked to the shape. You even have a little symbol there. In there. So let me get that. That symbol shows you that the heart is acting as a mask. So what you can do with that, let's undo that. Let's put her more in the centre. Why are we not picking her up? There we go. To have a little bit of hair out of the way. Same principle. Getting that in the right place, and it's masked to that. What you can do is then, that's moving it as a whole, but you can actually grab, you should be able to grab just that. Or do we have to do it through here and then grab that? But point being, yes, you can. That's not what I'm doing, but yes, you can. Debbie was going to ask why do it in PowerPoint or Keynote instead of Affinity Designer. Just purely for speed, because the images are coming from PowerPoint. The images are free in PowerPoint. Once you've got it set up, it's pretty simple to do. And you can then export it as an image if you want to. So that's why I was doing it in there. Sometimes when you're in the flow with your presentations, you don't want to keep going in and out. In the freebies, I've got something to show you. Remind me, Mike, in the freebies, about something that I had to do in PowerPoint because Designer was not having it. Right, but that is not what I'm doing in here. No, that's not what I'm doing. What I have got here is artwork that is the same size as my slide. And again, you could do this in PowerPoint, you could do this in Keynote, but I'm doing it in here for a particular reason. I want to extend the demonstration in a way, and that way it's probably better in here. Plus the fact, if you had everything, if you were creating like brand items, what you can do with that is you may want the brand items outside of your presentation. So to have them in Affinity Designer is useful. They can be repurposed. Also, you may be getting this from somebody else. So what I'm going to do is just do some basic shapes. I've actually created a couple already, but I'll show you just how easy that is to do. So let's say I get the diamond tool and I put a diamond in. I think I did it at 180. And I put the diamond in the middle. So we want it to snap to the middle. And then I just went through this process, which was lining them up. So I'm duplicating them and lining them up. In fact, there's an easier way to do it than that, which is if I duplicate that and bring it down to there, and that's in the right place, I should then be able to use the duplicate command to do just that. So duplicate that and put it in place. When I duplicate again, it puts them in place for me. Okay, but I mean, you can do it by hand if you want to, because it snaps anyway. So you know whether you're right or not. It's just the duplicate command is even easier than that. In fact, let me show you how much easier. So let's keep one of them, just like that one there. We'll start at the top, say. Right, if I drag these down first, put them in place like that, which is very simple. Hold the Option key down and drag. Right, I have got them all. I'm not worrying about the fact they're hanging off the bottom yet. Grab the whole lot and Command and J and move them across. Oh, hang on, I've got a gap there. Just a minute. Why is there a gap there? There should not be a gap. That's better. Right, got them all. Okay, Command and J. Duplicate them, put them in place. Command and J, rinse and repeat, and I've got the whole lot. I could even put a little extra one in there, so I've got the full pattern. Grab them all and then place them where I want them, which is like basically the pattern in the middle like that. Okay. Once I've got that, that is all you need. You don't need to be worrying about the colours of it or anything else like that. It doesn't matter what colour these are in here because of the next thing that we're going to do. But to make this work, we've got to get it out of here in the right way. Now, normally I'd make an artboard, but not this time, for a particular reason. But I do still need these shapes to realise that they belong together. And to do that, when I come to export them, they're on the background, which is a problem. I mean, it is and it isn't. In this circumstance, it's not. But if I wanted to have more than one of these in a file or something like that. So, if I don't use an artboard, what I can do is add a layer at the top. And I can grab all of these and put those on that layer. Now I've got this containing element. Now you might be thinking, well, you had an artboard, so why do you need a layer? I can use an artboard, but I'm going to make my own life more difficult if I do, for a reason I'll explain down the line. But a layer is just a nice way of that holding together, so I know exactly what it is. So I'll call this checks. Now my layer is called checks, and I go into my export. I still don't have the ability in here to see checks and be able to set up an export setting for it. But I do have a layers list, and there is checks. And underneath it, there's all my elements. And what I can do is create a slice on all the elements. It will surround all the elements on that layer. So if I hit create slice, it creates a slice. It is actually a smidgen on the big side because it's selecting everything outside it, which I don't particularly want, so I'll scale it down as well. But when I go into my slices now, I have a slice for that, which means in here I can choose my export format. Now, given what I want to do with it, I know I want to export it as an SVG. Digital high quality SVG. SVG is a vector export. Is that layer similar to a group? It is, and to be honest, I very seldom use layers. Layers are in all the other vector applications, but Affinity Designer has the ability to group. I guess it's an extra option for you. You could create groups in layers, and making it in a layer gives you better compatibility with other image applications like Illustrator. But I very seldom use a layer. The only reason I've used a layer here will become apparent down the line, because if I use an artboard, I have to fiddle, and it makes it more complicated down the line. But yeah, you could think of it as just similar to a group. It's just for compatibility issues, and you might want to work things in as a layer. But so you might have layers as, like, if you think of them as transparent layers in your document, but a group is where you group things together to make one object. It's just a different way of working. You think you need to go back and learn the export persona again? Oh, Pete, I've got a session coming up on the export persona. Just haven't got a date for it yet. Been threatening it since October. It's a export persona. It is a rabbit warren of glorification. It's the most amazing feature. It's the thing that made me switch to Designer, because I was using Sketch, and Sketch had the most amazing export features, and then I came to Affinity Designer and I thought, I'm not going to be able to do this. I'm not going to be able to do what I did in Sketch. I'm not going to be able to do it. And I came in here and I looked at this and I'm like, yep, not going to be able to do it. But once I thought, no, you're going to have to sit and learn what this can do. This is a million times better than Sketch, and it's like a hidden feature. Nobody realises just how powerful this actually is. It's amazing. But all I'm going to do is choose SVG. Right. Debbie's still waiting for that with bated breath. It's top of my list when I can find a date. Right, so all I'm going to do is export that as an SVG. I've already done this with a few others, as you can see, so it's going in there with those. Those are literally just so I've got a Harlequin design, which it looks identical. I have got the hexagons, and I have, what was the other one? Diamonds, corner diamonds. I think all of these have been exported, but don't quote me on that. So I guess I could do that, couldn't I? So in here, I probably have, because it's got SVG on it. I will export that. Did I put it down there? Well, if I did, they're not in there. So let's do that. That one's the same, isn't it? That that one's the same. So let's do the hexagons. I love the hexagons. These are my favourites. I've only done a few though. I didn't cover the whole thing with it. I did do that, and I've got a demo of it kicking around somewhere. They're difficult to line up, way more difficult than they should be. But that pattern will do nicely. With this, I didn't put it on a layer, did I? So I need to add a layer for that, and then grab and put these on there. And that one will be my hexagons. So just doing that process again, going into the export. I've got the hexagons, but that's the background. It's not my actual hexagons. But in my layer in here, oh, it looks like I've already done it. I've already done it, but I didn't call it hexagons. So there we go. And high quality, and take that out. So I've got a few masks here to play with, and that's how I'm creating them. Right, let's get rid of that, and let's go back into, I do believe we needed to go back into here, because I need to explain why I've exported that as SVG. Normally, when I export artwork to use in a presentation, I choose PDF. That's because PDF is a vector format which will let me scale the slides. SVG is also a vector format which will let me scale the slides. The reason that I've gone for that this time is, now I've switched to PowerPoint. PowerPoint is fabulous. You can take SVGs in there and edit them. You can edit vectors, created in Affinity Designer. It's amazing. While you might not think that's that amazing, because you can think, well, I'll do it in Affinity Designer. Yeah, well, imagine that you've done some artwork in Affinity Designer, like, oh, the Apple logo, and it's black. And I take it in and I want to put it on a black slide. Done it. Then you need to go back to Affinity Designer and make a white version and export the white bit. No, just put the SVG in it and make it white. So it's not for like major edits. You can edit the points if you want, but just to change the colour of something. So today you actually saw something that I did that with. The Cloud app logo was of an SVG. It was black and it was going on a black slide, and I've not got time to play around. And I looked at it and I thought, I wonder if I can just click it and it will let me make it white, and it did. So that's where the time saving is. The other reason that I am now using SVG is Wolfie. Wolfie is on the right there. But I noticed that something had happened to poor Wolfie when I looked at one of my presentations. Who put the box on Wolfie's head? Because I didn't. Whoever did it cut the eye holes out, but that's not the point. It's not a good look for Wolfie, is it? And that's how that was exporting. It was displaying fine on the screen, but you know my slide library, I export all the slides. And I looked and I thought, why has Wolfie got a box on his head? And it was to do with the export. Whereas if that was taken in, so that was a PDF that was taken into PowerPoint, and all of a sudden there's a box on Wolfie's head from nowhere. But if I exported it as an SVG and I took that in, Wolfie looked fine. So that's why SVG. So let's go and have a look at that. Right, where's he gone? Where are we putting these? Oh, I need to come out of PowerPoint, don't I? Totally out of it to go into the other one. Right. We'll put it in here. We will use the same one because I've already got some in here. So let's go down to the bottom and get a new slide. Okay. Why not export it as PNG? Right. If I exported it as PNG, it won't scale. It'll be transparent if I want it transparent, but it won't scale. So if I choose to scale it down, I lose quality, as well as if I scale it up, I lose quality. So to have it as a vector format gives me much more flexibility when it comes to my presentation. To show you that, let me go back to the presentation that we've been looking at today. And there is one in there, which is Friday, this is the presentation that we looked at today. This is the slide. I need to put that in there, and it needs to be good quality because it's scaled down. That one's the same. You're scaling it down. So they're vectors. The second reason is that you can't edit a PDF, a PNG, once you've got it in here, whereas with an SVG you can. So moving on to Jonathan and his screenshots. That one. It looks like text, but it's not. It's a graphic. And it was black. So in here, I can go into this where it says solid fill. And if I wanted a pink one, I can have a pink one. I can't do that with a PNG. So it's letting me edit it in here because it's a recognised vector format. PowerPoint recognises SVG as a recognised format. Okay, so we're going to do magic things in here. Right, first thing I'm going to need to do is go grab those graphics that we've exported and bring them in. So I do believe they were in masks. So the one that we did, was that diamonds? No, it wasn't. It was check, wasn't it? There we go. There's the check file about to be dropped in. And if we do that so we can see it, it actually fills the board. Now, not very exciting as it goes, I'll grant you. Right, first thing to do. This is an SVG. I need to right click on it and convert it to a shape. What I'm doing there is taking an SVG and making it into a PowerPoint native format, which means I can start playing around with it. So I'm going to convert that to a shape. Nothing changes in terms of actually looking at it. It's just different. And when I click it, I get each individual component as a shape, which means I could grab one of these and then decide to fill it with a different colour. So it behaves exactly the same way as all of the built-in shapes, all of the stuff that's in here. So if there's one in there, or rather there is one that is not in there, that you would like, you can make your own. I've spent 15 years trying to do this in Keynote. In Keynote, there are ways, but it needs to be an enhanced meta file. Right, don't get excited, Dr. Mike, about trying SVGs because Keynote doesn't support them. But if you want to move to PowerPoint, PowerPoint does. Jonathan's making a note of that, isn't he? In his notes onto reasons why Jonathan's moving to PowerPoint. That one. Right, but anywhere else that you're using them, it's a very good idea to do so. Right, so that's the first thing that I've got in here. You can, these are then grouped, so you could, if you wanted to, ungroup them. And then they would behave as individual little shapes. So you've designed it in Designer, but you've brought it in here, and now you can go to your heart's content playing around with it. So I'm going to group that again. Right, the other thing to think about in here is what you can do with this, what this means based on what we did up here and what we did here. And you might think there's nothing related to that because you're not going to do that there. No, maybe not. But there are things that you can do. So what you can do, let's go look at the stock images. Let's say we would like the one of the man with the golf tee. I like that. Right, I put the image in. Obviously, it doesn't look great at the moment. I could send that to the back and we would get that kind of effect. Not bad. Not bad. Now what I am going to do with this, I'm going to use my magic button up there and move that down so we get more of his hand in. Right, I want this to be, so now I know it's 16:9, I'm going to put it in place and make sure it's the right size as well. So now I've got my image. But the beauty of this is rather than stacking things and stuff like that, this is what you can do. So I cut it. I select my shape. It's not selecting my shape. Why are you not selecting? That's better. You're now selecting my shape, despite the fact you have moved it, or have you? You did move that a smidgen. Right, I've got hold of it. You can go to Picture or Texture Fill, and you can take it from the clipboard, and then it's in there. And the beauty of that is, you might think, well, you could have put that behind it. I could indeed. Right, but if I take that down a bit, what I can also do with this when it's inside it is just scoot it down to whatever size I like and put it wherever I like. And it moves as one almighty whole. If I don't want this side of it, then of course you have the option to crop, don't you? Hang on, it's put a comment on it. That is a very difficult shortcut key to work with one hand. Oh, you're just putting comments on, crying out loud. Never mind, I'll deal with that later. But it's one object. Now, that one's pretty in your face because it's all over the slide, isn't it? But some of the other ones, so let's put a new slide in. And we've got 2 more of those. We had the hexagons. So there's the hexagons. That was just like in the middle. And we had, oh, where are we? Let's get to slide 11. Was it diamonds? Yes, it was the diamonds that were in the corner. So just one that's in the corner.
Renee wants to know if you could colour in individual squares.
Hold that thought. I've got a demo on that. Right, it doesn't like that. Hang on. What's wrong with that? That's the wrong one. So where are my diamonds? Oh, that's the other one I'm looking for. Oh no, we've done that one. Hang on. Where are we? That's the one. That SVG there. So let's bring that in. And I wanted that over here. Right. All of this presumes if you work on this principle. With that, now you have coloured it in. So yes, you can select individual pieces. But if you actually look at it in terms of colouring it, you're selecting the pieces where it is and not the white bits where it isn't. And if it was the white bit that you wanted to colour in, there's nothing to select as you were. What you could do is obviously draw something over the top of it, but there is a better way. So hold that thought. Right, so we'll start with this one. Right, that's fine as far as it goes. But this might be a branding design that you've got, and you may want multiple slides. So it would actually be better if you could manipulate this in such a way that you could make a master of it and it all be totally amazing. We like amazing, don't we? Well, you're not going to do that with it on this slide. So first thing I'm going to do is cut that. And I'm going to go to the slide master. This is the blank one. And I'm going to make a new one. So I'm going to insert a blank layout. Take the tick out of title and footer because I want it blank. And paste that in. Now, yes, I want it to match. So I've put that in here. Right, remember, first thing to do, and it's easy to forget this bit. If you forget this bit, it won't work. Right, convert it to a shape. That's like making it PowerPoint friendly. Okay. Right, that's the first thing. The next thing to do, let's ungroup it, because this time we're doing something slightly different. We are on the master. So this is slightly different. So these are the shapes. I need to switch back to the shape format and use our Boolean ops. And I want to union these. I want them to be one shape. So now I've got one shape. That's important because of what I'm going to do next. What I actually want to do is have a picture on this slide. Now, in fact, we could maybe put the title back. Oh, we could. We'll put the title back. But I want a picture. So I want to insert a picture placeholder. So let's say I decide I want to have that picture placeholder like there or wherever I want it. But actually what I'd like is to have that be a picture placeholder and it only use the checkers. And believe it or not, that is possible. So I've moved the picture placeholder to the back. I've then held the shift key down and selected the shape on the front. So the checkers are now selected. Those 2 items are selected. If you want to be sure that they are selected, this is what you've got. That's the picture placeholder and that is my checks. So I can actually say that that's the checks and that is a picture placeholder. So you make sure you've selected the placeholder first, then the checks. And this is the magic bit. You then go back to merge shapes. I know the picture placeholder isn't a shape, but we're not going to worry about that. As far as PowerPoint's concerned, it's a shape. If I select intersect, I now have a picture placeholder that is only going to use the checkered bit. That's the magic bit. Right, I'm going to do that again. And let me turn the title back on. Right, don't need the footers on this one. And I have the other shape, which did I leave the other shape? I think I left the other shape on here, didn't I? That one there, that's the one we want. So grab hold of that and cut that. Back to the master slides. This one. Paste that on. put it where I would like. So let's say down there, maybe down there. Remember, right click, convert it to a shape. Ungroup it. Go to the shape format, merge the shapes. They are now unionized. Then add from the slide masters a picture placeholder. Let's just grab that round there. Don't need to be precise at all. As long as that is at the back, we can see from here it's at the back. Then make sure I've selected it. So select and command select that. Go back to merge shapes and choose the intersect. And when we click away, we have our hexagons. Right. To use that, go back to your slide, choose your layout master, and here's our custom ones, which I should have taken the time to name. Okay, there's our custom layout. I go back to stock images and pick something from here. How about that one? There we go. And insert that. It's all automated. I don't need to think about that, worry about that, anything like that. But even better than that, in there. Let's go get the other one. Hang on, not done the other one, have I? Oh, we're putting that on there. Right, go out and get the master for that. So layout, and the other one was this one, same principle. You can either click on it, in which case it will go out and look for pictures. Right, so that's picking one of your own, or you can go to the stock images and choose something in there and insert that, and it will insert it. I'm thinking at this stage, young Jonathan is thinking, how fast can I get to PowerPoint? Let me know, Jonathan, is that what you're thinking? So not only with these things when you bring them in, so I think I've still got that on the clipboard. Let's get a blank layout where I can paste this thing in and convert it to a shape and then start fiddling with it, where I can put text in it, I can format it, anything like that. So I could select it and do the colour thing that I needed to do with my cloud app today. It's like having the ability to extend the shapes that are available to the nth degree, as much as you want, and have them all available in there. Right, could you colour the individual squares in now? In this one, yes you can. You could select those and you could choose a different fill, I do believe. Solid fill. Yep, it's put white in it. So yes, you could. In terms of that, let me show you something else that you can actually do. And this you can do either in Designer or you can do it in Affinity Designer or PowerPoint, whichever you want to do. So I'm just going to go for a blank layout. Let's do it in here. Let's keep it really basic. So in here, let's say I've got a rounded rectangle, and I'm just going to start building out some rounded rectangles like this. So some of these I want to be bigger, some I might want to be really tiny. I'm just going to build out a kind of look and feel that I want here. So let's put that there and another one there. So literally just keep making these, changing the sizes of them. Like that. Let's put a bigger one over there. One of those there. We have a smaller one down here. So I'm not going to take the whole time to fill in the whole thing. You're just basically creating some kind of layout that you're happy with in terms of... Is that one working? Yep, that's in the middle. So something that you're happy with. But what I'm going to do with this is select the whole lot and I'm going to format them. So I want a solid fill. I'm going to make it black, but I'm going to change the transparency. Right, so I've got them at 50%. That's going to be too much for some of them. Let's make it 85. Then start selecting odd ones and changing the transparency. Just so we've got a difference on them. They're still transparent, but at varying degrees. So we could take those two there and make those very transparent, like 93. So we've got that. They are already shapes. And what I don't want there, I don't want any line on the outside. So they're just shapes like that. I'm going to grab them and group them together. Let me just group those. Move that out of the way. We'll come back to that shortly. Right, this is just a trick that you can use. Right, back into this one. I'm going to ungroup those so they're back to their individual shapes. But I'm then going to union them. The difference between grouping and unioning or merging of any kind is the one that's grouped retains individual properties per shape. This one has lost the transparency, it's just picked a transparency and that's it. Okay? And actually this one over here doesn't really matter whether it's transparent or not, because what this one is going to be is a shape that we're going to actually fill. So we've got our shape. You know, when we go to the format and the fill, we can put a texture or a picture. So let's go and let's get rid of that one so we can go back to the stock images and find yet another stock image. That one might work. That worked nice. Let's just put that one in. So there it is in there. I'm going to cut it and go to this new shape of ours, our union shape, in the format, picture or texture fill, and use what's on the clipboard. And that gives us that. Right, that's the first thing that we can do with it. And we can also go in and move that around if you want to as well. So you could do that. But I'm going to drag this back, which is going to give us the ability to then change the impact of these. So if I did actually want one that was like a colour, then I could actually put that on there and say with that one, I want it this colour and I want it solid. And maybe you want to put some text into, say, that one. So you want that one to be white. And you can play around with the transparency. And you can then put text in it. So there's lots of different uses based on a variation on a theme. So I've got the one where I've put it in the corner, I've got the one in the middle, I've covered that one up with the white, we've got this one that's loaded with an image, this one's fractionally different, but this one gives you the most control, and the thing is, the shape that's on the top of it, you can actually just move it. What you've done is you've made a copy of what has become a custom shape that enables you to put it back on top of it and customize it in any way that you want, without affecting the thing that's underneath. So hopefully that should give you a lot of ideas to be playing with. Right, let me catch up now. Deborah uses layers because of artboards and creating exports. Layers are something that aren't really pushed that much in Affinity Designer because of the groups feature. But for organising your artwork, they're incredibly useful, as are the groups. Oh, poor Mike doesn't have enough time to learn it all. tell me about it. Right. And Jonathan. Indeed he is. He's making notes. Can you scale the picture within the master cutout? Yes, you can, Pete. Yes. It's the same as any other shape. So just like you can scale anything else, you can scale that too. So that was taking it a little bit further, wasn't it? Now let's get this out of the way. And get back into there. Now I've lost my place. Hang on. Where are we? We're there. We're there at the freebie. So let's get that up. This one's interesting. I reckon Anthony would appreciate this freebie.
You said you had something to show them.
I did, and I've forgotten. Oh no, I will when I go through these slides. Right, Freebie's quite unusual, but it's genuinely free and it's pretty cool. It is a font called Atkinson Hyperlegible. Honestly, that's the name of the font. It's a really unusual font. It has regular bold italic and bold italic versions. What makes it really unusual is fonts are usually either a completely decorative font, which, you know, all the rules are broken. But if it's a font for readability, it would tend to be serif or sans serif or slab. So this font breaks all the rules because it's all three. It has characters in it that are serif, so the I has a little kicker on the top. It has parts of it that are sans serif, like the E. It also has slab serif styles in it. Now, you might be wondering why you're breaking all the rules. You can't do that. But you can. And this one has been designed specifically for legibility. It has actually been created by the Braille Institute in the States with a focus on readability for the visually impaired. When you actually look at this thing, there's some quirks with it. If you look at the Q in the top right, it kind of kicks backwards, which is unusual. The Q in uppercase is also quite blocky and slabby to look at. The I is as well. So if you look at the I, you've got serif, but you look at the T, you've not. The numbers, also, if you look at the 8, the bottom of the 8 is much bigger than the top of the 8, which is very unusual. The 0's got a line through it, but there is a reason. There is a reason for that. Even if it was really, really blurred, or your vision was bad, you could probably make out those letters, and trust me, that's very blurred. Let's just tell young Jonathan that it won't be a font that I'm going to be using to blur out the title of the show, because pretty much you can read not every letter on there. So that's what it's like blurred. It's very legible, even the numbers. Now the 8 makes sense, because it's really clear that that's an 8. So this is what the Braille Institute put out. So they've got that, the B8, you can see the difference between the B and the 8, even when it's really blurry. And the same with the 1, the capital I, the little I, and the L. They are all very different. If that I, the lowercase one, didn't have the kicker on it, it'd be hard to tell that from the L. So it's a very nice font, but it's also really good for legibility. And that is where you can get it from. So do that. So Tracy's doing the same, like Trebuchet. While you choose it for corporate documents, it's impossible to confuse letters and numbers. I have a special font that I use for programming, which is called Source Code Pro. And for the same reason, it has a dot in the middle of the O, so you know it's an O and a 0 rather than the letter O. Fonts make a huge difference, you know, a huge, huge difference. Right, are you ready, Mike?
No.
Oh, right. Well, we'll keep talking about fonts while you are.
Right, I think I'm ready now.
I actually think that is a really nice font. I don't think you notice the fact that some are serif and some are sans serif, unless somebody actually points it out. But the fact, I think it would be certainly a good thing to use if it was instructions for something, because you do have to accommodate people whose eyesight isn't what it was. Like my own, to be honest.
And mine.
Good for passwords. It is good for passwords. 1Password uses a font that really makes a distinction between the numbers and the letters, down to the fact that when you go full screen with your password, the letters are in a different colour as well. The numbers are a different colour to the letters. It makes a difference. It makes a difference. So, am I handing over to you?
Yeah, I'm ready now.
Right, okay, let's come across to you then. Where are you? Oh, I see nice artwork.
I didn't build it.
Don't spoil it. Right, over to you.
Okay, continuing the theme from last week, where I looked at getting fit and measuring steps and other things which we won't go back into. I'm going to continue on that theme and look at customizing one of Excel's fitness-related templates. This template is available as a premium template, so you have to be an Office 365 subscriber, but as I've done with some of the other templates, don't tell Bill Gates, I will put them into our Slack group, so you're more than welcome to take a copy. I'm going to do it in Excel for Mac for a change. It will work in Excel for Mac or for Windows, but also conscious of what Dr. Mike said earlier about PowerPoint and Keynote and not paying for software, I decided whilst you were talking to see if it would work in Numbers, and it sort of does. So you can open it in Numbers. There are some things that are missing. The font was missing. The conditional formatting was missing. The things that are in the middle of these images, these charts, are missing because they are the icons. But apart from that, the functionality was there. So if you don't have Excel but you do have Numbers, then you can use it in there. But basically it is a fitness dashboard. So what it's doing, you can see, is it's allowing us to set targets. Doesn't have to be for a year, but as we are at the start of the year right now, it's kind of bang on point. So they have picked 4 areas: weight, calorie intake, me time, which they've said minutes of exercise, relaxation, etc. Do we get that here? Minutes of exercise and relaxation.
There's plenty of exercise if you count swearing at software.
Oh yeah, do that a lot, don't we? And sleep. But you can change that to suit your own things that you're measuring. You can even add extras, so I'm going to add one into column F. I'll show you how to do that. The starting numbers, the current numbers and the goals, they are just numbers that Microsoft have added. Feel free to type in your own values. So for example, at the start of the year, I'm getting 6 hours of sleep a night. Let's say I want to be able to achieve, and it doesn't give you a target date, but let's say it's the end of the year, let's say it's the end of the 6 months, whatever it is, you want to achieve 8 hours a night. And right now we're getting 7 hours. So it's telling us that we have reached. Have we reached our goal? No, but we are 50% of the way there. So if I just click on that cell there, E11, there's a formula in that cell. You can see the formula in the formula bar. I'm not really going to go through it because it's not anything that you'd need to change. But that is calculating the percentage of the goal reached. If we have a look at, say, the weight, we're starting at £180. Our goal is to get down to £155, and at the moment we're at £175. So we have reached 20% of our goal target.
Pro tip, just cut a leg off, it's faster.
It is, isn't it? Good idea. Good idea. Now, of course, everyone goes on about losing weight, but what if you want to put on weight? Some people do. I remember the story of George Best when he arrived at United as a very skinny young lad, and he was drinking some. I don't think it was drink. No, it wasn't alcohol. It was some weird egg-based concoction to help him put on weight. So let's say my goal is to get to £200. And I've started at £100, and right now I'm at £150. So I am 50% of the way there. So it will work if you're trying to put on weight, if you're trying to increase your calorie intake, as well as reduce it. It works either way. Okay, so let's have a look at how we can customize it, because as with many of these templates, you can just use it as is, but most of the time you would want to customize it. And even something simple like I want to get rid of that vertical line there between column B and column C. So all I need to do is click on column C. It's actually in 3 cells, so select those 3 cells and go and turn off the left-hand border. In fact, it's not gone, has it? Is it the right-hand border of column B? Let's just try that. Let's say no border. Yeah. Sometimes it's difficult to know which border it is. So is it the right hand of B or is it the left hand of C? But that gets rid of it. If you wanted to change the measurement, it's just a case of going to edit the cell. So if it was kilograms, then I can just edit the cell like that. If you want to change the colours, then you can do that just by changing the background colour of those cells. If you want to change the font or the size or the text colour, again, nothing special, just very simple, straightforward formatting. So if you wanted to change the text, you can go and change the actual text as well. So all that is is very straightforward. But what about these charts? How do they work? Because as you said, it looks very colourful and very pretty and very nice graphics. It's actually a donut chart. It's, you know, we covered donut charts quite a few months ago when I did I think a 12 or 13 part series on charts. So these are straightforward donut charts. If I actually click on this chart, the bit in the middle is actually an icon. So I'll show you how to swap out the icon and change the icon in a while, but they are just icons which you can access through insert and icon, but we'll cover that shortly. But if I click on that graphic and then I just want to drag it out of the way, the icon is not part of the graphic. The icon was added separately and then it was grouped together. So I'm just dragging that out of the way for a reason that I'll show you shortly. In B12, in fact in B12, C12, D12 and E12, there are formulas. Now you can tell there are formulas because when you click on the cell and you look in the formula bar, the formulas have appeared up there. What that formula is doing is it is calculating the lower value of 1 and 1 minus this percentage. So it's using the min function to calculate the lower value of a set of values. So we're giving it two values. We're giving it the number 1 and we're giving it 1 minus, in this case 1 minus 0.5, which is 0.5. In the next cell, in C12, we're telling it to give us the lower of two numbers. One of those numbers is 1, the other one is 0.61. Is it 6.1? I think it's 6.1. No, 7.1. 0.71, because it's 1 minus whatever's in C11. And that is what's being used to build the chart. So it's actually quite clever. It's basically giving us two values. One is a percentage. If I actually removed the percentage formatting from that, I'd be left with 0.5, and the value in this cell is also 0.5. If I removed the percentage value from there, 0.29, and in here it's going to be 0.71. So these two cells are being used to generate that chart. These two cells are being used to generate that chart. Let's just undo that. But what we've done there, or what they've done, Microsoft, is they've hidden the cell contents. Now there's a couple of ways you can hide the cell contents. One is to make the text color the same color as the background. That's one way to do it. That's probably the easiest way. The other way to do it is to apply a special format to it. So you go to the cell, or you could apply it to all 4 cells, and then change it to display as a custom format with 3 semicolons. And that's another way that you can hide the cell contents. But the way they've done it is with conditional formatting. So if I go to conditional formatting, manage rules, whenever you create conditional formatting, you're creating a rule. And the rule is, I've got it set to current selection, set it to this worksheet. The rule has been applied to, well, there's actually quite a few cells it's been applied to. It's been applied to row 11, but it's this one here that we're concerned about. So if the cell is not blank, then have a white background. The text is also white, So have a white background if the cell does not contain a blank value, and that's how it's hiding the numbers. If I actually go and clear the conditional formatting, now you can see the actual values. But I could also make those cells or those values appear invisible, as I said, just by changing the background colour of those cells to white. He says, why hasn't that worked? That should have worked. Set the background colour. Oh, I've set the background colour to white. I also need to set the text to white. There we go. That's better. Okay, so you've got a couple of ways to do it. They just chose to do it through conditional formatting. Okay, I'm just going to have a quick look, see if there's any questions. Doesn't look like it is, like there are. Okay. So the next thing to do is show you how I built this chart. And what I'll do is I'll actually drag the chart back to where it came from, which was there. Okay, so with the chart selected, I'll go up to the chart design and go to change chart type. I don't actually want to change the chart type. The chart was done as a donut chart. So if you were starting from scratch, you would just create it as a donut chart. And then if you wanted to change the colours of these two segments, you can click on one of the segments and then do a right click and format data point. And in the data point settings, we can choose a colour. Let's pick a colour. There we go, that's one colour. And we can pick a colour for the other data point. Let's go and do that as well. Okay, not the best looking chart. You know, I'm not the most colourful person. Colour, what's the word? I don't know.
Design savvy.
Design savvy, that's it. I'm not the most design savvy.
You have other qualities, dear.
Do I? Thank you. Well, when I know what they are,
We discussed the washing up before and how wonderful you were at it.
Thank you.
You see, good at a job and you get stuck with it.
Hey, it's just that an orange and a red don't really go together, do they? When it comes to building a chart.
Not if you're trying to show difference, no.
No, exactly. But there we go. There was just two things that I picked out the air. Now, let's say I go and change one of these numbers. So I'll change the starting number to 50, and the chart does update immediately. And that's because if I click on the chart and I go up to, click on the chart, go up to chart design and go up to select data, you can see what the chart is actually based on. The chart is based on those two cells there that are highlighted, and that's showing us our 67-33 split. So it's actually quite straightforward how the chart is being built. It's just based on those two cells there. How did we get the graphic in the middle? Well, actually, I'll come back to that in a second. How can I change the chart title? Well, one way is just to actually type the chart title directly into the title placeholder, but the other way is to pick up the title from a cell. So if I wanted to pick up the title from B6, I can click onto the placeholder there, click in the formula bar, type equals B6, and it's taken what's in B6 and used it as the title. So I could do that for the others if I wanted to. In this particular case, they've chosen to put different headings for the chart as to what's in the table. But if you wanted to have them the same, click on the chart on the title placeholder, click in the formula bar, type an equals, and then click on the cell that's got the text in it and press enter. And there we go. Now for the icon, what I need to do there is first of all click on the icon to delete it. And it seems that that icon is made up of an icon plus a separate shape. And then I can add my own. So I'll click on Insert and Icons. Okay, Insert Icons. Where's my menu bar gone? It's disappeared. Try it again. Insert Icons. And over on the right hand side, the icon panel appears. I'm going to search for, I'll search for scale. And it gives me some scales, and the one I want to choose is that one there that looks like scales that you stand on, as opposed to legal scales or scales of weights. So I'll insert that. Now I want to put that inside the donut chart, so I'll just drag and drop that in there. And then if I want to change the colours, with that selected, I can go up to Graphics Format, Graphics Fill, and choose a colour. There we go. I don't particularly like that colour. Let's have something darker. That's better. Okay, if I wanted to do something for calorie intake, but I didn't want that apple, I will delete that apple. Looks a bit like the MacBites logo with a leaf, but I'll remove that. And I will search the icons panel is still displayed. So search for food. What should we have? Any preferences? We've got a bagel down there. Or is it a donut? I think it's a donut, because we've got another one up there with little hundreds of thousands on it. We've got a pizza slice. We've got a kebab. We've got a chicken leg. An ice cream. Let's go for an ice cream.
No, they've just found COVID
I was just
going
to say, it brings back memories of something that you talked about on Marooned earlier on. But let's go for the ice cream. And drag that in there, because there's lots of calories in ice cream, not that I care.
Sarah says pizza.
Sarah says pizza. Okay.
Pizza.
Okay, I'll go for pizza, Sarah. So
I'll have gluten-free pizza.
I'll delete
Thank you.
that. Where was the pizza slice? It was at the top. There we go. Let's go for the pizza slice. And what would Madam like on her pizza? Let's say pepperoni, because that's red. So there we go. A red slice of pizza. Okay. And one for Sarah there. There is the a yoga symbol. Have we got any other yoga symbols?
Downward dog.
Downward dog.
Downward facing dog.
Oh yes. I'll use one of these. You see, I'm deliberately using the Mac version for you, Sarah, because I know last week half of the functionality wasn't there in the Windows version. So let's bring that across. I don't know if that's a yoga symbol. I'm sure Sarah can tell us. And let's change the colour. There we go.
My mum used to do yoga.
Did she?
Oh, God, yeah.
Oh.
There was a guy on the TV, you know, like the Galloping Gourmet is to food.
Yeah.
I can't remember his name. Oh, no, Lynn something. She had a bloke with her, and it was a woman, Lynn something. And she brought a book out, and Mum bought it.
Oh.
And she could have seen her in what was called the morning room at the time. You'd walk in and she'd be on a mat upside down.
Okay, so I now want to add something else in there. I want to measure something else. This is going to be fun, isn't it? Based on last week. I'm going to keep it relatively clean, totally clean actually, and I'm going to measure steps. So I'll put my heading steps in there, and I'm going to put number in there. Let's format these. I think the heading on row 6 was 14 points, and I think the other one was 10 points. And let's have them centered as well. And let's pick a color. What color should we have for the background? Let's have a green color, green with white text. There we go. I also want to copy the formatting from these cells here so that the formatting continues across. So I'll select those cells, click the Format Painter and select over those cells, and that copies the formatting across. So let's say that I start the year doing 8,000 steps and I would like to be achieving 12,000 steps a day. And at the moment I'm doing, say, 9,000 steps. I don't really need the decimal places, so I will remove those. And if I copy that formula across, then it will give us, in that case, the 25%. And then I need to build a chart. Now I could build the chart from scratch, but you know what? The easiest way is to copy one of the existing charts. So I'll just take the energy chart and copy and paste. Move it over here. Change the title so that it picks up the word steps, which I can do by just referencing that cell there. If I want to change the color scheme, I can do that. You've seen how to do that. But I'll also change the icon that's inside. Come on, let's delete that little graphic there. Okay, so let's search for exercise. Oh, we have some exercise. There's a couple of exercise bikes there. That one looks like a rabbit.
Steady on!
Oh, you filthy mind. I knew you were going to say that.
Oh, you know me so well,
I do. So I'm going to go for that one there. There we go. The steps. And let's change the colour of the steps as well. There we go. Okay. And we have this other graphic as well here. This graphic here is a stacked bar. It's 100% stacked bar image, which is linked to these cells here. And we have a formula in this cell which is calculating the percentage of the goal reached. And what it's doing is it's calculating the average of B11 to E11, which I need to change so it is B11 to F11. Once I've done that, everything else updates. So that is my little demo of how to take the Microsoft Fitness Vision template and make it your own. And as I said, I will put a copy of this template into our Slack channel so that if you want a copy of it, you can have a copy of it. So I hope you found that useful. Does anybody have any questions on that? Feel free to ask. I'm just seeing questions if there's anything in the chat. I don't think there is. Sarah, I'm loving this. I want to write an Excel spreadsheet to track an in-house NVQ, and I'm looking at how to have a good dashboard that anyone can use. Yeah, that's a nice dashboard. There's loads of different dashboards that I've built over time. I can go through some in a future session. I'm quite happy to do that. I like Deborah's comment. Great principles, no desire to get fit. Yes, Debbie, it does work in numbers. I'll just very briefly show you that. So I'll just close this file down without saving. So let's take this Excel file. If I right click and say open with numbers, it will open it. And 90% of it is good to go. There's a missing font and it doesn't support the conditional formatting, but apart from that, I'm no numbers expert. I leave that to you. But you can see the formulas have come across, so the formulas are all there. The charts are there. I don't think you could put in the image in the middle because it's not supported, but the actual chart itself is supported. So if I went and changed one of these numbers, say to 300, you can see the chart updates. So yeah, it will, of a fashion, work in numbers. You can just customize it to fit into your requirements and the limitations that numbers has in this particular regard compared to Excel. I won't say numbers has limitations full stop compared to Excel. I'll stop digging. I'll say in this regard.
Just a minute, Buster. It does have some good features.
It does have some good features. I'm not arguing that. I'm saying in this regard.
Oh,
I'm caveating, exactly. Right.
Wriggling on the furry
I'm going
hook.
to pass back to you. I've prattled on for long enough.
Have you really?
Yes.
Right, okay. I'm starving here. Why do I get hungry at midnight?
I don't know.
And they're trying to put me off ice cream, which is just not on.
Shall I bring you something?
No, I'll be fine. I'll cope. Only just, but I'll cope. Right, let me get that.
Bring you some of that delicious...
Oh, the thing I can't say. That one.
Yeah, the Tracy thing.
I can tell you exactly how to pronounce that, Mike. Tracy's treat. See? Simple. Oh, the trouble is when we finished it, what are we going to do? Might be hooked by then. I need to be in the kitchen, like a hole in the head. Right, let's switch you over to my iMac and away from Mike. That was scary, Mike. I was doing your screen, which usually sends my machine mental. 11%. I think dare I say I've cracked it, because that's usually when it'll fall over. Oh, Numbers is a little more clunky than Excel. Numbers is fabulous for layout. If you want to have a form or you want information or need information that's in like clusters of information. So Mike and I had of a spreadsheet. It goes back years, doesn't it? It's a domain management spreadsheet, and we want to have different type of information about that domain on one sheet. You can do that really easily because each sheet in Numbers is like a canvas. So in terms of prettifying it, it's very easy to do that in Numbers. Numbers just lacks the raw power of Excel. But then Excel doesn't have anything decent in the way of layout. Wasn't there a report manager thing?
Yeah.
And it's not good, is it?
No.
No, it's not as good as Numbers. So there you go. You know Steve Jobs would roll over in his grave at you saying that he would. But to be honest, he'd already be spinning like a top with all that Timothy does. So, yeah. Thermomix, that's what I need. Thermomix. Do you remember that? Wasn't it like a mixer on steroids?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Like the spiralizer we've never used. We need to spiralise a carrot, just to say we've used it. If you could find it. The spiraliser's probably been here about 6 years.
I know where the spiraliser is.
In fact, I think we've got 2. It's criminal. I'm sure Jonathan said he had a spiraliser and I don't think he'd used his. Oh, Tracy, you're just tempting me now. You're tempting me. I mustn't put technical equipment in the kitchen because if I do, I'll be tempted to go in there. And that would never end well. Right, okay, Notion 2021, where are we? Oh, I have no idea. Right, where we are. We started off in week 1 with an overview of what we had in terms of how I've changed my system since last year. So dashboards are probably the big addition, and we will be taking a deeper look at those once we've got the core built. But that we took an overview of the whole thing in week 1. Then last week we looked at the engine room, which was we started building tables and did a bulk import with the bulk importers. Right, before we can do any more bulk importing, we're going to actually need to build the core of the time management system. So it's the actual tables and again where you would put them and how I would create it now. So last time it was how I would have created it then. But time has moved on and I've got this kind of staged approach to it where I want the core tables hidden away, never want to be touching them. But I appreciate that there will be management that will need to be done on the core tables. So build a management layer to it. And then finally, the top layer, which should be the dashboards. So we're going to be looking at the core time management part of this. So let's head into it. Right, I do believe I have got it. No, that's not what I'm looking for. I had this open. Oh, that's Chrome. It's Firefox I need. I had it open in Firefox. There we go. That was a bit worrying for a moment. Here we go. Right, so where we were last week, and I swear this is putting things where they shouldn't be, but we had our Notion 2021 engine room, and we'd built in some global tables. So the people table would be global. The global tags is obviously global. And we built the weeks. And the reason that we built the weeks was so we could do the bulk import. See, Kim loves her spiralizer. Capitals or not, Kim, not a problem. I love spiralised carrot. I just haven't done any ever, have I? Right, there you go. We'll do that and take some photos. What do you reckon? Make a note as a follow-up, Mike. Get the spiralizer out. I bet we can't find it.
I know exactly where a spiralizer is.
Is it gettable?
Yeah.
Oh, makes a change. Okay, then maybe that will happen. So, in our people, we just built some people. We put in Jonathan, obviously, Mike and Lola. So this is related, or it's going to be related. The reason that we did these tables first, the global tags and the people, was once we start building the core tables, we want to link out to these. So we've got the weeks. The weeks was the one that we imported. So we did a whole import on that last week from the spreadsheet, which is fantastic. Makes life a whole lot easier. But we had in here the journal and the month and the quarter and the year and the tags. And these are just text, which they don't need to be. They need to be done properly. Is Notion from Norton? No. Notion is a standalone application from notion.so. It is actually quite hard to describe what it is. Some people say it's an Evernote replacement. It could be if that's what you chose to build, but it doesn't have to be. So it can do whatever you want it to do based on a range of building blocks that it provides. So at a very, very, very basic level, if I go into the private bit here and I add a page, this is a page called Untitled. So let's say I say notes. You then start building up the page in one of a few ways. You either start putting in just text. So maybe I literally just want to put in, random notes. And I can do that. And the notes themselves go in blocks. So that's a random note. But I could put in a list of items and make that a bulleted list. Like this. I could create a to-do list just by changing the type of the block. So each individual element here is a block. So as I click on it, it's a block that I can do something with. If I click on there, you can see there are 5 individual blocks in there. But, let's bring this back. You can also choose to go about it in a more intelligent way, which is using the building blocks that it gives you with databases. So you can create tables, you can create a Kanban board, lists, calendars, gallery, or a timeline, and then put the actual notes that you're working with within one of those databases. Now, although there's 6 listed, they're all the same. If you make a table and think, I should have made a board, it's just a different view of a database. So ultimately, it has blocks and it has databases to work in. What we've done previously is we've created a few tables, core tables, 3 of them. The weeks of the year, people, and global tags. But as I've said, do not touch on pain of death. If it's red, leave it alone. These are the core tables. So what I've done is hide them away and built some management pages up here. These access exactly the same data. So if you did, on pain of death, go into your weeks, you are looking at exactly the same information as if you went into the management page and looked at weeks. It's just, it isolates it from the core table so you're not making any mistakes or hiding information and then forgetting it's there. So I literally make a table, build the thing, and then put it in the tables and get rid of it. Go to the management pages, make a new management page and put a link to it. Right, does Notion have an undo button? It does. You can undo things in Notion. So if we go back to our notes page here and start putting in some notes, you could then undo that and it would get rid of it. Now, are you thinking in terms of beyond just an undo button? Are you thinking in terms of like, I'd like to reset something? Undo's as simple as undoing it. You also have in the top right hand corner, undo's in there as well. But I mean, it's just the standard Command and Z, Control and Z to undo. You can go back through the page history, but the page history is limited to a team account. So if you see next to it, it says team. This is a free account that I'm using to demonstrate with, but my account would have the ability to go back through the history of a page. So is it similar to Access? It's an online version of Access to a certain degree, but whereas Access you would build separate databases for individual functions, what you would do in here is everything is in your Notion account. It doesn't matter whether it's... let me show you mine. Let me show you mine, which is the real one. Right. And in here we've got... Better not go to that one. But we do have a MacBites dashboard. That's a good dashboard to show you, the Brooklands one. Right. This is my home base. So I've got a way to take notes. I track the podcast in it. We have dashboards. We manage MacBites. We manage Munich. And we manage this radio station, Brooklands 196. So what we've got in here is all of the shows. So tomorrow, is it week 2 tomorrow? If it's 1967, it's week 2. It's week 2. So what we've got here is a whole management system. And this bit... lives inside your entire Notion account, but you've kind of drilled down to it because you've got a dashboard to use it. Maybe more akin to Bento. Yeah, Bento did standalone, but it did have everything all together in one Bento thing. So possibly like Bento, but it lives in the cloud. There is an app, a desktop app, but ultimately there's no offline mode. So it's a cloud-based system for data management is what I would say. But what data you manage is totally up to you. So you can see there, I'm not with this one. I'm managing a radio station, so I have to have 2 shows ready for tomorrow, 1967 and 2003, which is up in the top right. We also have here, oh, I've completed it. Look at that. Aren't I amazing? Right, this is where we've got tomorrow's running order. So if you want some perfect 80s at 5 o'clock, where you should be. What I do in this is I've put in the actual segues. So that's the script. I've recorded it, edited it, produced it, and then it goes in there and then Mike deals with it. So yes, it's a database, but that is quite, if you think about it, probably not really. It's beyond what Bento could do. But Bento was a very, very good app, that's for sure. All right, let's get back to where we were, which is in the demo account. Right, so we were at the point, we weren't at the comms. I've no idea why you're going to the comms. We weren't at the comms. We were in here and I was showing you that you can create pages. So basically to get Mike up to speed with what we're doing, it's an online system to manage stuff. That's interesting, isn't it? That's very interesting. Why in the lower left corner is it telling me I've got a 1,000 block storage limit when we weren't supposed to have storage limits anymore? That's very interesting, and that could cause lots of interesting things to happen. I will investigate why that's telling me I'm limited, because it's supposed to be unlimited. So we'll see. We'll see what's going on there. But we're going to be working in the engine room because we need to create the 5 tables that make up the core of time management. We've already got one in there, which we started on last week because we needed to look at bulk importing. So we already have the weeks, but we need to create extra things. So I'm going to go down into here because this is going to be a core table. We have already done weeks. I am going to go ahead and do months. Good night, Debbie. So in here, first thing I'm going to do is to create a page which will enable me to put that database on a page. So we'll click on page. This one is months, which doesn't have a W in it. There we go. And I'm going to need to create a table. So let's have an inline table. Inline. You don't want to do that, do you not? You're in a bit of a mood. Right, let's try that. There we go. Inline table. First thing I always do with a page is make it full width. And then, because this is the core table, I think last time I put them in capitals and then I'd know which was the core one. I don't know if they're going back to throttling free accounts. As far as I'm aware, that's not changed. It could be because that says it's got a workspace on it, but I don't particularly need that. So I don't know why that would be happening at the moment. I mean, straight away you can see it's added 5 blocks for just adding this table. So 1,000 block limit is not great, but it's supposed to be completely free. So I'll have to work out what's going on with it. Right, but in here I need to think about what fields I want. So I'm going to need the name, which is basically going to be the month. And how I put the month in is by the year followed by the month. Now, I am going to use tags, but I also need links from this to different elements. So I need more fields than is in there. So the first one I'm going to add is the weeks. And the weeks, I'm going to leave it set to text at the moment, but the weeks is actually going to link elsewhere shortly. But we don't have the weeks, so I can't link to them at the moment. We do actually have the link weeks, so I could. But we'll do that. I need a date range. So I'm going to put date range and make that a date. So over to dates. Put that there, and the only other thing that I need is quarters. So this is where it's going to end up that you're going backwards and forwards quite a bit. In terms of, I don't have a quarters table at the moment, so I can't link to it because I don't have it. But because this is already here, it will remind me to make sure that I do actually have one. Now, months. I don't know if it makes any sense to have the months linked in with our global tags. A month is quite a long period of time to be thinking about, do you want this to be linked to a particular tag? I think the tags make more sense on a daily basis. So I will leave that tags there. That's not the global one, it's just this one here. But the weeks exist. So we're looking here at the months, but the weeks actually exist. So one of the things that you can do is actually hook that up right now. So if the table that you want to hook up to exists, then you can do it with a relation. And all you need to do is to select that, which is the weeks. And I know that it's this one because it's the 2021 engine room. And that creates the link. Which means I can go into here and my weeks are listed. And what I can do then is add the weeks that will belong to this particular month. Now, obviously, 2021-01, which is going to be a week, that one belongs in here. Then I can look for the next one. And I'm reckoning on the first, definitely the first 4, possibly into the 5th week, I don't know. And this is how you would link those up. So let's get week 3 and week 4 in, and then we've got it hooked up and we've got the data in there. Now this is something that I do as part of a weekly system update, because as you go through and you've got the next one, let me get these in the right order, put that at the end. I want the date range and the weeks before the quarters, so that's putting them in the right order. Right, this one is going to be, the last one. Right, let's put February in. So 2021-02 like that. Put the date range in. So it's going to be from the 1st of February. Then make sure you include an end date. And with the end date selected, select the end of February. And you've got your date range. Weeks wise, it's going to be the weeks in February, which I have no idea what numbers they are at the moment. I can't do much with the quarters because I haven't created a quarters table. But what I've got in there now, I've got 2 of these. Let's say that week 6 is definitely going to be then. I just don't know about week 5. So let's put week 6 in, so we've actually got something in there. And we need to put the date range in there, which is 1st of January. Make sure you've got the end date with that highlighted, select the 31st, and that fills it in. And it's that simple to create the months. What I choose to do at that point is leave that one alone. So I don't add any views to it or anything else either. I go back to the engine room. My months is in this view. So I would then create up here a new one. So make a new page. This one is going to be weeks. And this time, instead of creating a new table, I link to the existing table. So I want to create a linked database. And the one I need to link to is this week's. Now, is it that one or that one? It's not the comms one, is it? There it is. It's that one by the look of it. Again, that page is going to need to be full width to make much sense of it. But this is the management page. This is where I would create views. So if I wanted to create a view that was the first quarter, then I could do that. This is the place that I would start sorting in here. So put a sort on it, sort that ascending. There we go. This is the place I would put a filter on it if I wanted to, and so forth. You can also see in here, this week's view, I knew we were going to need to link it to months, and I reminded myself by leaving this field in here. But it's happened automatically. So actually I can go into here and delete that. Do you want to delete the property? Yes, because this is months. It says related to months, but if I just change that to say months and put that where I want it, it's in the right order, it's all hooked up. You can tell that it is a relation because it has an arrow on it there. Whereas if it's text, it just has text on it like that. So the data types, like that one's a calendar. And this one is the name. That means it's the click-through. Okay. Right. Dr. Mike saying good night. Good night to you. Keep you posted on Affinity Designer, Affinity Publisher, Keynote, PowerPoint. We'd love to get some design ideas. Shove off for now. Good night to you. Give me a ping if you want to chat about any of it. You'll find me all over. Just Google me. I'll come up first. Right. So, looking quite nice so far. Right, week starts, let's put that there. That's great. Right, so back where we were then. So we've got now our management for weeks. Our global tags, hang on, where's our monthly one gone? Where's our monthly one gone? There it is. And it wasn't weeks, was it? Oh, that one is weeks. What's going on? Oh, somebody should have said I meant months. I meant months. So, first thing I'm going to need to do then. Let's change that to months. And let's get rid of the table because it's not the core table. Nothing to panic about. Put in a linked table. And then we've got our management for the months. Create linked months. And we know that it's that one in capitals, which is handy to have it in capitals. Right, now when we go back, our real months is there in red, but our management for the months is up here. Out of the way, when we fold that up, don't see it at all. Right, so we've got 2 tables. We will be returning to that one. The next one is the days. So same principle as far as I'm concerned. Make a page for the days. And then in there, add a table to that. So we want an inline table, which works best when you do that for some reason. How bizarre. Same thing, make it full width, etc. It's the hooking up of this that's important. And then we'll have a look at the below the fold and what we want to put below the fold, or what you might want to put below the fold. So this one I'm going to put as days. I put my days in as a date in what I call sort order. So my day today would look like that. And that would be today. And then we'll put in tomorrow. There is an issue with doing that. Some people put January 16, January 17. in words, which once there's text in it, you can bulk import. You can't bulk import a number that Notion sees as a date, which is a problem as far as I'm concerned. What I do to solve the problem is I bulk import with an X on the end, and then as I come through and I format each individual day, I take the X off it. So that was my workaround. I just wish it would do what I wanted it to do rather than what it wanted to do. But hey, apparently I have to leave it be. Right, so although that says name, it might actually make more sense to have that as a day or a date. But if we leave that set to name, that's not a date. Not a date that you can do anything with. So if you add a date, that would probably be a good idea. So although I name it as a date, that's just the way I prefer to have it named. You could call that whatever you wanted. What I will say to you is make sure that the name is unique, and I personally would make sure that the year was in there as well. Because if you say January 16th or 16th of January, that's all very well, but it isn't going to do you any good when you've got two of them. So when you've got the 16th of January from last year and the 16th of January from this year, it's going to always return 2, and you won't have a way of knowing of how to distinguish between them. So date-wise, I actually go in here, and that's the 16th, and that's the 17th. I do it like that. Now, my problem with that is date format's not right, but at least now you can change it. At one point, you couldn't. So I would change that to be day, month, year. Okay, now, in the days, I also like to know what day it is because there's no indication there of what day that is. But if I put day in, that will remind me that I need to come back and sort out what the day is. And that's pretty straightforward. As well as the day, this is where I think on a daily basis, it does make sense to have a link to the global tags. So if I add a column in, making sure that I know it's global tags rather than individual tags, it needs to be related to a database. Let's try just putting tags in. And it has the global tags in the 2021 engine room. So I link that to the global tags. Right, what that means is when I've put some tags in, and we've got some tags in here. Oh look, I'm doing MacBites right now. And later I'll be doing some work on Brooklands. So I'll tag it with Brooklands as well. Now that might make sense to you, it might not. If you're never going to use that, then don't add it. But sometimes it's actually quite handy to do that. Just depends. Depends how you particularly use it. I also choose to do something, and I will do it in here, and I will show you why I do it. It's infuriating that I have to, but there's no alternative. Which is, if I want to see the days, now I consider this to be my journal, so let's just make sure we know exactly what we're talking about there in terms of, it could be a journal as well. You could have the journal automatically populate itself below the fold. So if I want it to be a journal, then it actually is a good idea if I could create a view that was by month. And to do that, you need a select. And that means you have to select the month by hand. You can filter for the month. I could get it to say January in a column, but that won't allow you to filter, to pivot the data. So for that, I'd need to choose a select. You just vanished on me. Come on. Right, a select. And in there, I will put month, but I might need this linked to something else. So I would say it's my select month. Right, and what I would then do in there is actually put in that, oh, no, hang on. No, it's not month, good grief, woman. This is days. So this would be select the day, where I need to know if I want to pivot it, only if I want to pivot it. In which case I can put in here that that was Saturday. So this is one option, but then obviously it becomes a pain in the backside because you've got to then go through, and then the next one would probably be Monday. At least when you've got 1 week's within, you can choose from a drop down. That's 18th. Right. So we've got our 3 days in there. And we need to do that. So quite a little bit of this is manual, isn't it? But once it's set up, it's set up. That's the good news. So these select days over here, that's one way of doing it. The other way is the calculation, which would need to go in here. But let me just show you why I would do this select day. If I had a view and I want to make this a board, so week by day, and create. I need to tell it what to pivot it by, and when you go into the properties in here, there's only a few things you can actually pivot it by. So, hang on, that's not the right one. There we go, group by. In the group by, you can only group by the tags or the day. You can't pivot it by date or title. So it's infuriating that you've got the name of it that's the date of it that's the date. You could calculate the day, but if you want a view like this where you look at your week across the week, then you need to add this in. It's just the way it works. It is infuriating, I'll grant you. And I would probably hide that as well. So I'd have my days across here. That would give me a kind of calendar. If you imagine having 60 days in here, you'd have all the Saturdays listed up and all the Sundays listed up. So it's a kind of calendar view that you can actually interact with by going into it. Right, let's go back to the default view, which is the table view. So in here, if we change the property here to be a formula and put in a basic formula instead, so it gives you some ideas here. I do think I had one. Let's just put it in and hopefully it'll work. Okay, right, date. So this will return you the date, but you've already got the date in it. So what it's doing in this column is saying, look at the column called date, which is the second column, and put that in there. But we would like a format on that, and I'm frantically trying to remember what the syntax is for a format. I think it's a comma, and then I think you can put in what you want, which is I want the full day. Too many arguments, it doesn't like it. Right, where on earth are we going to put it? Syntactically, where did I put this? Let me go over here. And I know, let's get into Sublime Text. That's a good place to start, isn't it? Right, and I am looking for date. Is what I'm looking for. There it is. Right, so what I need to do, I remember what I need to do. I actually need to format it. So let's forget that there. That's actually totally right. That's going to give you the day. But what we actually need to do is to format the date, which is another function, and tell it what you want to format, which is the date from the date column. And then you need to tell it how to format it. And that is 4Ds. And then you need to terminate that. So you make sure that you've got matching brackets. So I have keyword format date, open brackets. The next thing, which is that, is what date do you want formatted? The next after the comma is how do you want it formatted? And then you close the bracket and then you stick that in. And although I only entered that in there, it is clever enough to know it needs to pull them through and put them in here. Can you see now why this is completely duplicated by this select day? But if you don't have a select day, you can't pivot the data by the day. So that's why I've shown you both ways of doing it. If you never have a need to do that, but you would like to know what day it was, then you can calculate that. You don't actually have to store it. So a very, very basic formula, but very handy. Right, so we've got that one in there, and I think I've done everything on that one. Right, the next one that we need is years. So let's go back up here. Now we've got our days and journal down here, but we don't have it in the management pages. So I create another one, another page, which is days or journal, depending on what you want to call it. and put a linked table in. So no, not a link to a page, not a link to a page, a linked table. And we are looking for the days stroke journal. And there it is in there. Make that full width. And as far as I'm concerned, when I'm working in this page, it's the master table as far as I'm concerned. And it keeps it safe out of there. So as I pull that up there, I probably put days at the top, to be honest. And pulling it out of this changes the text from red to black as well. And I would put pretty icons on it as well. But I've got 2 more tables to create, so let's get those made. And these are my call one. Oh, Tracy's doing a Jonathan. Does that mean I get a point? Do I get a point for that? Good night to you, Tracy. See you tomorrow. Okay, so in here I need another page. And this one is years. This is an easy one. Years is easy. So in there, link, create link database. We should have... Oh no, hang on, I'm creating the whole thing, aren't I? Where am I? Good grief. Right, I think I'm doing a Jonathan as well. Is Jonathan still awake? It's a very good question, that. Right, let's create a database. An inline one. So I get a point if Kim says so. I'm liking that idea. Right, and in here, this is the years. Now, what fields do we need for years? And most of these are actually links. So we'll have 2020. We'll also have 2021, and we might as well make 2022. I'll still be in the house in 2022. Right, but the good thing with this one is once you've got the years in, the next thing you're going to want is weeks. And the weeks already exist, don't they? So we can go in and hook it up straight away with relation. So go into there and put weeks. From the Notion 2021 dashboard, create the link, and we're good to go. So weeks-wise, are these in any kind of order? Not if that's week 16. So let's go for week 1. We have a week 1? We do. So let's hook that up to there. So you can hook the weeks up if you want. And the quarters. So we'll add another one. But the problem with this is the quarters don't exist at the moment. So just so I don't forget, I'm going to put quarters. You could even put in that relation. So you remember later to create the thing. Right, let's go back up here. Here's our years, but we need another page that hooks up to it. So let's get in there and put page. So another page. It is years again, but this time instead of creating a database, we're linking to an existing database. The one we want is years. And there it is. Make that full width. And I know this is repetitive, but once you've done it, you don't have to do it again. That's the good news. So I will put that under there. And the last one we need to create for the time element of it. So we need another page. This one is quarters. And I need another database, so a full database. Not a link to one. And this one is quarters. And I think from memory, I had it like this, because again, people were putting in quarter 1, quarter 2. That does not work. You need to identify the year and then the quarter. So I choose to do mine like that. So we'll put the first 3 quarters in here. But not put any more in. I am watching that limit down there rapidly decrease. Good grief. Right, now for my quarters, I need meta. So it needs to be hooked up to the weeks. So the weeks need to be linked to the quarters, like the quarters need to be linked to that. But that already exists, so I can go and create a relation. If I go in here and put weeks, that hooks it up and it's now related. The next one I need is months. What months belong to that quarter? And hooking this up here like this will make everything so much easier at the dashboard stage. So it already exists, so I can create a relation to another one. And this one was months. And because I've done it in capitals, I know exactly which one's correct. There's the months. And the last one is the years. So do that. And another relation, because it already exists. Select a database. And do spell it right, or it won't find it. And hook it up to that. And that's really quickly hooked up. So once you start doing it, it gets much faster with this. So I'll put the tags out the way, not particularly concerned about those. So now we've got that set, this is the core table. We need to go back and create a management page for it. So page, an embedded page in there, years, well, no, quarters, hang on. There we go. Add in the link to the database, not the actual database. So a link to a database, and we're looking for quarters, which is in capitals, and make that full width. Now, beauty of that is we go back now to what we've got here and push that up there. Now on pain of death, you don't need to touch those. So you've got the 5 tables that you actually do need. And even better than that, some of the hooking up that we've done will have happened automatically now. So if we go into years, you can see we've got related to quarters, but we've already got that. That's the relation with the arrow. That was our reminder. So we can now actually get rid of that because we do have it hooked up to quarters. So I would then change that so it looks neat, and I can hook that up to the quarters. So 2021 would actually hook up year-wise to all the quarters. So we'd start with 1, we would add the second, and then add the third. Obviously, when you've got the 4th, you can add the 4th, but we haven't actually got that one yet. There we go. And obviously, it's hooked up to weeks as well. Now, whether you need it hooked up to weeks depends on how you particularly want to work. It's as broad as it's long, to be honest. If you want to look at the weeks involved in that, you're going to get 52 links in that column. This one's going to be much easier to manage. You've got a direct link to the quarter from any year. Imagine having 10 years worth of data in here. You can instantly jump to any particular quarter because there's only 4 quarters per year. Weeks wise, you might think that's too much. If you're thinking like that, which to be honest I would, if you jump to one of these quarters, it actually takes you to it. What you could do from here, so let's look at the quarters from here. What you could do with that, that's got links to the months. You could drill down by month. So you've got the years at the end and you've got the weeks as well. Weeks in quarters makes sense. That makes sense if it's out of the way. Let's go into here. Do we have any months? It does not look like we have any months. I don't think we put in here. Oh, we did. We did. So what's going on there? Right, we did. So we did put some months in. So let's have a look at, there we go. They're coming in now. So quarter 1 would include month 1. It would also include month 2. And that's how you hook it up. When you look at this now, you got to here from the year. You're looking at quarter 1, you can instantly jump to the months. 12 or 13 records in weeks is probably manageable, so it might make sense to fill those in with the weeks. You choose to do that, then you're putting in, and I think mine were in here as WAGs, weren't they? There we go. But it probably makes sense to just use the 01 because there's 52 of them and they're not in any particular order. So I would hook the weeks up like this. It's pretty much up to you how detailed you want to get with that. Do leave scope there for that to end up across multiple years. There were 53 weeks in last year, believe it or not. I think there's 52 this year. So this is like wiring it up at the base level. I think last year we then manipulated the tables by building views on them. But remember what I'm actually doing here. We've not got to that level yet. These are just management pages. So all I'm intending to use these pages for is to think, I need to do some heavy lifting on quarters. I want to create quarters for the next 3 years. I would come into here, I would go into quarters, and I would create views that enabled me to do that in here. And the benefit of that is I'm not bombarded by the management views when I come to the front end. So what I would be doing for the front end is I would create a dashboard. Even if I could spell dashboard as well. There we go. I'm trying to work around a notebook. That's the problem. Right. And I would build this dashboard in any way that I wanted and reference only specific elements of it in a particular way. So think about the Brooklands dashboard. That dashboard is absolutely perfect. The one we had was a nightmare, wasn't it, Mike? A total nightmare. Once we built that dashboard, it was like it was built from a position of, I know what I want to do now. I know what I need to do now. Whereas when I built the thing initially, it was like, we need to track that. We need to track this. That's fine. But when you actually come to do the job, you realise you need to approach it in a slightly different way. And that's when the dashboard will come to you. So the dashboard's the last thing to build. But the dashboard's where you would actually interact with the data. The engine room does 2 jobs. It provides management pages, 1 for each table, and it hides away the real tables, the core tables underneath. These core tables, probably the only time I would actually go into them is if I was looking to export, and even then, I personally wouldn't do it with those. I'd build in the opportunity here to export them to create a bulk importer. And I'd have a bulk importer view that I knew had all of the columns in the right order, and then I would export them. So this is purely management at the moment. Now, in terms of what else you can do in here, could do with more data in it, and that's why that 1,000 plot limit's looking alarming to me. I could always do it on my own account, but one of the discussions last time when we did this was what should you do below the fold? What should go below the fold? And it's completely up to you what goes below the fold and how you work it. The most complex one we have below the fold is probably an after hours. But everything that's there is there for a purpose, and we use all of it. But sometimes you don't even need a below the fold. Other times it might make sense to. So if we take this week's view that we've got here, pretty uninspiring at the moment, it's just weeks. But if I open a week, so let's say we open that one, open it as a page. Right, this is the below the fold. So you can carry on with an empty page or you can create a template. Well, one of the things that might actually be nice to do is if you've got the journal days hooked up with it, which we don't yet, you could pull them in automatically. So I think that would be a good way to go. So let's go into the journal. We've got 3 days in here. It would probably make much more sense if we had a few more. Can you tell me, Mike, we're going across 2 weeks here, aren't we? That's not good. I needed to know what week is Monday. So is it week 3? I think it's week 3. Right, so let's put, we've got 18, we need 19. And it would make a lot more sense if this, and I've missed something out, haven't I? I have. Missed a one out.
Yeah,
right.
It'll be week 3.
Okay, so it's week 3. Right, I'm going to sort this ascending so it starts off with 16. And then down here, I'm going to put in the rest. So let's put in 20. And to make that, I wish there was an autofill on this. Do they not realise how we work? An autofill would be most useful. Right, when's the 20th? When are we done? That's Saturday, I think, isn't it? So the 24th must be Sunday and the 25th is Monday, and I know that. I know that because it's Burns night. Right, I probably need to go through and set these up, but I'm not going to worry about that at the moment because that's not what I'm showing you. Right, to go back up to here. So I've got some days. I'm looking at the weeks, and I want to look at week 3. Right, one thing I can do from there in week 3 I'd need to hook these up so the journal actually showed me the days in that box. And that's really simple to do. You go into here, you change the type to relation, and you choose a database. And we're looking for the days database. I do believe days journal, which is that one. And you create a relation. That is now hooked up, but obviously the days haven't been allocated to the week. And we know that it is the 16th, 17th, the 18th. So we want the 18th in there. We want the 19th in there. You're not going to filter nicely for me. Don't then. Right, 2021 01 19. Okay, we happy with that? Do believe we are. So I'm going to hook these up. I'm going to hook up here every one. So let's go for the 20th. Let's hook up all 7 for this week. 21st. No. Crying out loud. 18th, 23rd. I'm looking for the 21st. Only when I hovered, you moved. You moved. Right, you can move these around if you want them in a particular order. So let's hook up 22. I'm not clicking till you've settled because you moved. Right, so Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Just need Sunday, which is the 24th. And they are all hooked up. So one thing you could do, this is where you've got the choice. One thing you could do is use that view that you've got there to navigate with. On the principle, there'll never be more than 7 days in a week. So you will use the click through here to get through to these pages. So you click on there and you'll click on the date. That will take you through to that page and you can then write whatever you want in here or do whatever you want in here. So let's say this is for Monday and I wanted to use this as a journal. Another busy week. Okay, and then put information in there. Right, but that is not the neatest way of doing it, is it? You've got to look and click and you can't sort them, filter them or anything else either. Because of that, it might be an idea underneath to put in a linked table below the fold. What database do you want? Well, I want it to be the journal database thing, the days, etc. So let's pick days. Now, it's by default going to just spew up the entire database on that page, which isn't pretty, is it? But you can do better than that. So let's get rid of this sidebar and just show you that. So this is a linked table. I am going to add a view to it. But first of all, I'm thinking it would make a lot of sense. In fact, let me make the view first. I'm going to make it a table view, but I'm going to say this is my week view. Right? Okay. So I want to add on to this a filter. I want to filter this. I only want to see records from this where. Now, it's not where the name contains something or the date, although I could do that. I could make that work. The day isn't much use. Global tags, no. Related to weeks. That might work. Because what I would then do is choose which week is this. And this is this week. And that instantly filters it. So now I've only got the 7 days that are in this week. The same 7 I have in this journal section at the top. But now I can do much, much more with them. Including, I've got a filter on it, but I've got no sort on it. So I could sort it and sort it by ascending on name, which would give it me by date. That's amazing. But you can do a lot more than that. Because one thing that I haven't actually put in here, but this is what I do with mine, is I would add a property to that. And I would add a cover property. And I would make that files and, not files and media. Is it files and media? Yep, files and media. And what I do with it is I put a cover on every day. Just an image of some description. I'm thinking I haven't got much in the way of images. So let me have a look what I can dig out. I do have my PowerPoint folders, which have some, let's have a look at today. No, I haven't exported. We'll use last week's is what we'll do. So the dates won't match, but not to worry. But what I've got, I've exported all of my slides. The beauty of that is that I could pick one of these, like that one, to be Saturday. And what I would then do, moving that out of the way so I can just drag and drop it in, is I drag and drop that into the cover, which is that's Monday, so I make that Saturday. And so forth. So that's the, no, we don't want to edit Tesco. Well, I'm looking for a football one for Mike. Or something that would remind me of the day. That's the type I choose. So for instance, if these were last week, I'd probably put this in for... You have to click away as well to get rid of that. So you can't, if that's up, you can't add another one. So let me go and get the one that I'm looking for, which is not that one, it's that one. This image would remind me of a particular day, I can assure you. It's the Virgin Down one. So basically, I'm just going to randomly go through here now and put some of these in. So click away on there and then drag and drop one in. So let's put that in here. What else have we got? We got any of Lola? I don't think we had a Lola last week, did we? Let's get rid of once and drag and drop that one. No, you've added a record, haven't you, you swine? You've got to drop it just correctly or it does that. So let's drag and drop that one on the cover. Click away. It will upload in the background, so you don't have to worry about that. What else have we got? There's a football one. Let's put that one in. Two more and we're done. So I'm just going to randomly pick two. This is going to be funny, isn't it? If I randomly pick two, heaven knows which ones we'll get. Right. And a plain black one, not a good look. Not a good look. Oh, I know, that's a good one. Right. So clicking away to get rid of that. And the final one coming in. And the beauty of this is, again, once you've done it, you can duplicate it and it can go in a template, so you only ever have to do this once. You will have to add the cover images to each week. But by doing that, in the week view, I'm going to go back into there. I'm going to change the week view to be a gallery. Move it to the top so it's the default view. And it's not very inspiring at the moment. All it says is another busy week. But that's because in here you need to go in and in the properties, you need to choose which one is the image. So the card preview is initially set to the page content. You go in there and you choose the field that's got the cover in it. Now what you've got is within a week view, you can see all of the days and you have an image representing each day. So if you think about it being a journal, if I looked at that, I would instantly know that I clearly wouldn't have been in a good mood if Virgin was down and we were back to work. So that didn't end well. Notion's clearly up to mischief. Oh, that was the one that was to do with PowerPoint and Keynote. And this one was a by request. So I use that as a journal rather than just days. But this example is because last time it was like, well, what do I put below the fold? The answer is anything you want. And I think that is a much better way of looking at the days that were in that week than this view at the top there, where literally all you've got is the day. And you would have to click on each one to click through and read it or look at the image or anything else. Now what you could do with that is it's set up, you don't need it anymore. You could actually go to the journal and you could hide the property. So always hide it and then it disappears and you're not bothered by it. And this bit at the bottom automatically will do that if you make a template for it. Which is where we'll come in next week, I think, and we'll make a template for it. So a template for weeks. How about that? Do we have any questions? I'm not seeing questions. I think everyone's nodded off, Jonathan included, so that'll be a point for me. Kim never said I could have a point for Tracy. Not even half a point. Oh, go on. So, let's wrap up. Let's get back in there and wrap up. Right, next time. We will be with you, same time, same place, next Friday. We will be having Notion 2021, obviously. But if you have other ideas, do let me know. I did have an email about one thing, can't remember what it was, but I put it in my to be followed up folder. So any ideas, let us know. Are you carrying on with fitness?
I've no idea.
Oh, it's a surprise from Mike. Excellent. Now, we are also available on demand. All of the videos.
I might do an ice cream spreadsheet.
That'll just make me cry if it's got COVID. Everything we do is available on demand at youtube.com/Elaine Giles. We also have a dedicated after hours playlist. That is available at the following link. And if you wait until, so if you miss the end, or you want to go back, if you wait until sort of Saturday evening, then we'll have the click-through playlist. So you can click through to just the bits you're interested in. The reason that takes till Saturday evening is because, without exception, Saturday morning, YouTube gaslights Mike, doesn't it? And the ability to actually watch the video with some kind of synchronisation is gone. It's gone. So when Mike can do that, he does do that. And then I put it in the individual video, and all the videos are on there. If you go in and you're thinking, should be there, and it's not, it could be that I've just put it at the bottom of the list and not the top. Because despite the fact I've told it 27 times it needs to be at the top, it tends to put it at the bottom. So do have a look at the bottom as well. If it's not there, then I haven't done it yet. But it'll be there eventually. Of course, there is always Marooned at MacBites headquarters, and you can catch up on all our fun and games there. Don't forget the iPulu, which will be with you tomorrow. But do subscribe to that. Tracy's in the middle of a marathon, isn't she? I'm very, very impressed with that. Oh, Kim, no points for Tracy, but Johnny seems to have gone off to sleep. No, because Tracy was awake, wasn't she, when she left? I'm going to have to find a way of getting bonus points. Anyway, all of that happens on MacBites FM. We love you guys. If you love us, can you give us a like? Because it really makes a difference with YouTube. Otherwise, they get snarky with us. Right, we have two ways of keeping in touch. There is elainegiles.com/VIP, which is all the things we do on After Hours and all the extra sessions like the export persona, which I will get to, I promise. So that's what will be in there. The MacBites list at macbites.co.uk/macbites-mail is all things MacBites, things that don't go on the other list, like the Advent stuff. Can you imagine sending out double the mails? Oh, no, we're not doing it. No, they go out to the MacBites list. We're also in Slack 24/7, carrying on the conversation. If you would like to join us there, it is macbites.co.uk/Slack. And you can contact us there. Now, I've got to get in. Oh, yes, the iPulu's in the title, Kim. I'm sticking with iPulu. It was like the other one, Nipplegate, wasn't it? I mean, I
mentioned that yesterday.
It just sounds too stupid. You look back and you think, was that a thing? And then you think, God, it was. People were walking around and instead of using fingerprints, they were actually like pulling their T-shirts forward and popping their phone down and unlocking it with a nipple. I don't know why either. But it was a thing. It was a thing. Oh, Elaine for the win. Right, that's it. As soon as Kim's called it, that's it. So I'm going to get into there. Pass that over. And within the first 2 weeks, I'm seeing a draw at the moment. Bless him. It must have been the excitement of PowerPoint. Need to do that more. There we go. We're equal. He did manage to stay up, though, didn't he? New Year's Day. I mean, that was very impressive. Okay. Right. So how are we all doing then? Do we have any suggestions for next week? Let me know. So Sarah says, thank you for this evening. Really, really useful. Good. Glad you enjoyed it. You can't even get your finger to unlock the iPhone. Well, Kim, now you are charged with a little something to try this week, aren't you? I thought it was a joke. And then I read on and no, it wasn't. It was a thing. And people were doing videos on, like, I think it was Snapchat at the time. And you're like, why? But apparently. Glad you enjoyed it, Paul. See you next time. So what are we heading off to do? I'm thinking food's going to be involved, you know. Definitely going to be food involved. I get starving. As you know, and I don't know why, because this morning I actually had breakfast before I went to bed, didn't I?
You did.
I had porridge before I went to bed. Mind you, having said that, it was 8:15 when I went to bed, so I think I was allowed to have that. I think there's a salad kicking around somewhere.
There is.
So I might have that, because obviously I then went to sleep, but then I had to get up because we had another meeting. There's a lot of meetings at the minute, isn't there? All will be revealed soon. Right, let's put the contact back. One to me, Jonathan. But I want to hear from Jonathan how his PowerPoint Keynote dilemma is working for him. I'm thinking he'll be on PowerPoint that fast. It is pretty amazing. Oh, Kim's finding Notion much easier this time round. I'll do a recap next week so we know exactly where we are. I'll add in the other databases. I mean, if everybody's comfortable with how that happens, then I can just do it in the week rather than actually sit and go through it, because it's the same thing. Then we can get onto the more exciting things like dashboards and pulling the whole thing together. But I know below the fold was an issue last time. So that's just an example of one thing that you could put below the fold. I mean, taking it to the nth degree, if you have links in the months to the weeks, then you can put the weeks below the fold. But making templates of it is the key. So that's first thing we'll do next week, is make a template of that and apply it to the other pages. Excellent. So, last call for questions while I ponder what I'm going to have. Do you know, the Chinese have ruined ice cream for me now. I mean, who sat there and thought, I know what I'll do today. I'll test ice cream for COVID. And they did, and it had COVID. And I'm reading this out to Mike, and he said, is this a joke? I said, no, it's on the BBC's COVID update page. And quite honestly, that was a critical thing to be on the COVID update page, wasn't it? Let's be honest. Seriously, serious. Is it still there? I don't think it was a Sky one. I think it was the other one. Oh, we've closed the borders. Bless. Have we got anything else? Oh, and there was a newspaper that I didn't share because I saw it and then it disappeared. Something about Jeremy Clarkson wanting to volunteer. This is Jeremy Clarkson who caught COVID and thought he was going to die. This is Jeremy Clarkson who thumped that other fella and got everybody not sacked, but everybody had to resign because he thumped a fella. And they think it's a good idea to have him in a COVID centre. Viruses do stay alive in frozen temperatures. Yeah, see, this is the problem. If you let the ice cream melt, but then you can't really buy it and refreeze it because it doesn't work like that. But how did it get in there in the first place? I will find that story and we'll put it in there. Oh, the Premier League players have been told to stop hugging each other and shaking hands. I would have thought that was self-evident, but there you go. Average intellect of a footballer. There it is. Ice cream tests positive for COVID virus in China. Ice cream has been found to have been contaminated with COVID-19 in China after 3 samples tested positive for the virus. The anti-epidemic authorities in North China's, I am not going to try and pronounce that municipality, are tracing people who have been in contact with the batches which were produced by the, and again, same place, not even trying it, food company. All of the products produced by the firm have been sealed and contained after the samples it sent to the Centre for Disease Control tested positive. Initial epidemiological investigations indicate the company produced the batch of ice cream using raw materials including milk powder imported from New Zealand and whey powder imported from the Ukraine. Stephen Griffin, a virologist based at the University of Leeds, told Sky News the development was unlikely to be a cause for panic. I'm sorry, mate, but I eat ice cream. It is likely this has come from a person, and without knowing the details, I think it's probably a one-off. I don't like it when experts say probably and maybe. Do you?
No.
Hygiene at the factory, blah, 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 blah. Not good. 935 boxes of the ice cream and 65 were sold to the market. Blah, blah, blah. So, yeah, not good. I'm going to have to start making my own ice cream. Exactly. But, you know, you shouldn't be able to get anything in food, should you? But there was an E. coli outbreak. That stuff we have. Hummus. And we didn't eat hummus for about 2 years after this outbreak. It was an E. coli one. It was really bad. Really bad. We had actually bought some from the place. Luckily, we hadn't eaten it, so we just threw it away. And then, like I say, we didn't touch it for 2 years. But because I don't have anything like mayo or dressing, I was enjoying the hummus. Anyway, we've just started buying hummus again. Maybe we need to boil it first. Make sure it's not infected with anything. But I mean, it's bad news, that, isn't it? It's a bit like Jurassic Park, isn't it? It's viruses staying alive in frozen temperatures. Oh, how fabulous. Oh, now Sarah makes ice cream. Oh, we might need to talk. Because I think we're going to have to do our own. But then you wouldn't know if it was in the milk, would you? There's nothing safe these days. Nothing safe. Staying put, not going anywhere. That's me, not going anywhere. Anyway, at the moment, I'm going off to find something that's safe to eat, if I can find anything. So fingers crossed that I can do that. And we will say goodnight to you. So we will be with you again tomorrow on Marooned. And back at the same time, same place next week, with Wolfie without a box on his head. That was alarming, wasn't it? PDFs, SVGs, not the same. No. PDF put a box on Wolfie's head that was only there in the preview and the export. Didn't show on the slide. So it was easily missed until I found it and thought, what's going on? I clocked it as I imported the slides and I thought, why is there a box on Wolfie's head? Now, you know when I say to you, when I got sidetracked doing X, Y and Z, do you understand now? Who would have thought, having presented the slides and Wolfie being fine, that then I would have to redo all the slides because Wolfie had a box on his head? And I sit here and I curse and I swear, and Mike comes in and he said, what now? And I say, you won't believe this one. And I said, Wolfie had a box on his head. And he went, pardon? So I said, no, this is my week. This is my week. This is where my time goes. But never mind, never mind. So for the moment, it's good night from me.
And it's good night from me.
And we will both see you next time. In the meanwhile, stay safe, guys.